in the quantities that are necessary, and even to cluster ourselves so that we are able to meet the market demand of the different products. And I wish you the best discussions, and make sure you ask as much questions as you possibly can during the 2-day session. And be assured that the people that will be training are well qualified and equipped to capacitate yourselves as you learn about export readiness. I thank you. May you enjoy your day.
Yes, thank you very much for those remarks. May I go on to the next who will give us remarks this morning? Mr. Temi Dlamini. He's a portfolio manager at USAID Trade Hub. Temi Dlamini's role at the USAID Trade Hub focuses on facilitating linkages between exporting firms, buyers, and capital providers, and supporting SMMEs capacity building tools. With 20 years experience working with the private sector, international development entities, and the National Agricultural Marketing Board in areas that include entrepreneur development, access to finance, and supporting sustainable value chains, especially for farmers in Eswatini and the region. He has facilitated production, certification, and export programs from Eswatini to the region and to the EU through various outgrower and supply contract models. May we warmly welcome Temi Dlamini as he comes up front to give us his remarks. Thank you.
Sanbanani. My work here is very brief. I am Temi Dlamini, as Nambuso has said. I'll introduce the USA Trade Hub and our role in this particular training and overall equipping of firms, which we always do through our partners, our country partners. The USA Trade Hub is a project. It's a 6-year project, and we are in our 6th year. We are working in 9 countries in SADC. That is South Africa, Lesotho, Mozambique, Eswatini, Angola, Zambia, Namibia. I know there is one I'm forgetting, Malawi, and Botswana. What we do, we work under the 3 objectives as highlighted there. The first one is to increase exports from these targeted countries to South Africa. And the rationale for that is South Africa, firstly, is the largest economy by far. Their economy is actually larger than all the other 8 economies combined. But also we understand that if you want to export to any other destination, if you want to export to the US, if you want to export to Europe, South Africa is your good practice ground. If you can export to South Africa, then you are almost halfway there to exporting to other destinations in the world. Here we work with trade promotion service providers such as APA, the Business Eswatini, and to do activities like today, where we equip firms to get ready for export. You cannot just export. You need to get ready for export. And I think today and tomorrow we'll learn what it means to be export ready. We also facilitate trade enhancing services, which would include your certification that is required by customers and that is required by countries that you're exporting to. And we also facilitate market linkages. We have suppliers here who would like to meet buyers, who would like to meet people who will take their products, aggregate them, and at times South African firms would want raw materials that they can use to process and access other markets. And then the second objective is on transfer of capital and technology into the target countries, and in this case specifically Eswatini. We have worked with firms where we link them to transaction advisors, and these transaction advisors, what they do, they help you prepare your business plans, they help you prepare to meet capital providers. And where we have worked with firms, these transaction advisors have also helped the firms to then go on and present their bids or their request for capital to capital providers for consideration. And also in terms of technology, again, South Africa is a well-equipped country in terms of technology. And sometimes the difference between exporting and not exporting is just the technological divide. So we do link firms to technology providers. For example, people in agriculture may require mechanization. So we do link the firms in the target countries to South African technology providers. And the third objective is sustainable utilization of AGOA. AGOA is an agreement between the US government and governments in Africa that have signed this agreement, and it allows into the US duty-free and at times, and for some commodities, quota-free. We have over 6,400 products under AGOA, and one of the things that we have all noticed is that this has not been sustainably utilized. You have 6,400 plus lines, but only a few are being utilized. So we are working with APA, we are working with the government. Firstly, we helped put up a utilization strategy that is the government's baby. But also, part of what we are doing is also demystify AGOA, working. In this case, APA is the secretariat, so we have been supporting them to develop the strategy, but also capacity building. For APA is the secretariat, but also for the committees that have been put in place by government to ensure that we take full advantage of this agreement, because getting product into the US duty-free gives an advantage to the buyer in the US, because that means they're getting a cheaper product. But then it also gives an advantage to the supplier, because you can also then be able to export more, because you become an attractive source for the product that they require. The ones at the bottom are just two additional ones. One is in Zambia, it's a buy-in, and also in East Africa. Both of those are trade enhancing initiatives, which is part of the Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub project. I think all in all, this is the introduction of the USA Trade Hub, and these 2 days will be engaging. We are looking at how exporters and potential exporters can be equipped to better meet the requirements of export. I think what you will learn and appreciate is that there is a lot of work that needs to be done for firms to be export ready. And as we engage, I hope you are going to get to understand, and also we know that 2 days is too little to understand all of this, but this will also lead you to be able to know where to send your questions to and how to access the information that you require. Part of what we will do, we'll also have tools that will direct you towards if you need information about exports and trade enhancing services. Thank you. That is my brief, and may you have a lovely time during the workshop.
Thank you, Mr. Dlamini. Mr. Dlamini is one of the facilitators. You will see him again on one of the training At this time, may I also then present someone else who will also be part of the facilitators for the day, Mr. Sibusiso Mnisi, who is currently employed by Eswatini Investment Promotion Authority as the Manager Export Trade Promotion. He joined IPA in 2014. Before joining IPA, he was employed as Principal Trade Promotion Officer within the International Trade Department that is in the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Trade. He has led various local companies to many external missions, mostly trade shows in countries such as Taiwan, France, Germany, Japan, London, and throughout the SADC and COSA regions, and the upcoming and the Dubai World Expo he attended just recently. He has also coordinated national projects such as the National Export Strategy Development Process, National Trade Facilitation Assessment, managing the Eswatini International Trade Fair. He has an MCOM in Economics from the University of Cape Town. May we please welcome Mr. Mnisi, who is going to present the training program and workshop objectives. And I think he will then thereafter go into the export readiness overview. Shall we welcome him this morning?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Program Director, for the introduction. I think you have said it all in terms of who am I and all of that. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be taking you through the bulk of the work for the morning up until lunch. So leading those discussions, obviously, as the other colleagues have said, with the help of the Trade Hub, coming through as well. Maybe before I go any further, let me observe protocol and also acknowledge the CEO of APA, the representative, Dr. Kanye, who made her remarks, and also acknowledge Mr. Dlamini Tami and other colleagues from the Hub, who has also made their remarks. These are our partners, of course, as he has just indicated. We are together in this to make sure that, we grow our export base. Also acknowledge your presence also as participants. We very much appreciate your presence to come through. And as also he stated, we're working with a number of associations, business membership organizations that have got members. We also acknowledge their presence if they are here. And we appreciate the fact that most of you are coming, having been recommended by those associations, because you don't want to reinvent the wheel, but you want to work with what is already there. And they will tell us in terms of who can we invite to this event. So we thank them. We see you here. We know that some of you, it's through that recommendation. As I said, we will be taking you through the objectives and also an overview of export readiness, as it is shown in the slide. And also at some point, we're going to have other trade support institutions coming through to also bring in their expertise. I'm just trying to check the time so that I'm able to time myself. And I think the moderator will also assist on that one so that we don't overlap. Already we started a bit late, so we need to move a bit faster. So we have quite a number of other trade support institutions that will be coming through to offer their expertise, because we have what we have. and in certain subjects, they need to come through to further explain so that you can get a better understanding. Otherwise, and also in terms of other housekeeping issues, let me just indicate that the material for this is available. We're going to share with you the manual on export readiness. It's available. And also, as Mr. Dlamini stated, we have a lot of other tools that we're going to share with you that you can always refer to in order to be able to better understand. When all is said and done, at the end of this event, we are going to do an assessment just to check your level of understanding of the issues. It's an easy process. It's online. So you're just going to go to that link, and then you give us your assessment based on what we would have trained you on, the capacity that you would have obtained. So we are able to understand that, okay, from what we have communicated, this is where you are, and this is where we can maybe come in to intervene to further enhance your understanding and your ability to be able to then do the ultimate, which is to export. Because this whole thing is about saying everyone should have a business plan that includes a component of exporting, and at some point, everyone should be able to do the export business. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let me just go to the presentation as it is on the screen. So we will go straight to the overview and the objectives. So basically, on this lesson, I think you will pardon me for the use of this word. It's because we have done the trainings before and we have the curriculum, and it's very intense. And so that's the reference that we always use. So we're going to have our learning outcomes being understanding why the need for export business for export readiness training. Why can't we just leave it at that? People do their business. Why are we bothered? So we need to understand, explain why you need to export, and then define what is export business, and then give you an understanding of the export environment, and then assessing your potential. How do you assess your potential to see if you are ready to export? Define stakeholders that you can go to. I think, Dlamini, it's a short period, but we'll give you indicators. And one of them for you to know, where do I go from here? Who can assist me at each of the value chain of export business? So the next slide. Maybe just to also confirm, session is being recorded. Am I right, Ngozi? It is recorded, so you will be able to refer, even after a week, to maybe refer, better understanding. You can notes, but obviously you can also listen to understand, try to make interactive. I know that we have a lot of people that are already in business, supporting and all of that, so they can share a lot. So now I'm also willing to benefit from that knowledge. So that way we make it interactive, and during your spare time, you can refer to that link and also go through it again. So why the need for export readiness? Maybe if I can just take it back to the development of the manual, which I referred to when we did that as Eswatini Investment Promotion Authority. Our role is promoting trade, promotion, market development, assisting traders to be able to take advantage of the markets that the government has created in terms of preferences. I think Umlangen has mentioned AGOA, South Africa, and under SACU, our neighbor next door, Mozambique, under SADC, you go to COMESA, East Africa, if you want to access Kenya. So why the need for all of that? Why don't we just focus on our market development, trade promotion, linking you with the buyers? So when we did the training, we observed that building the capacity of our micro, small, medium enterprises is very important. We should not just assume that there is a core, so they will know what to do. You need to build their capacity, just like anything. In fact, even in local, in the domestic market, you undergo entrepreneurship, training, because having that that thing that you want to start a business is not enough. You still need to be trained. So the same applies here. And also, I think Dr. Kanyisela mentioned a very critical aspect which we looked into when we're doing the exporters directory, because we wanted to profile our exporters. Who are they? Where are they? What are they producing? And one of the things that we had a problem with was when the consultant we had hired submitted the results and said, you actually have 136 exporters. And then I was saying, no, I don't think that's true. It cannot be, because our export volumes are in the region of 20 billion. So I expect maybe 500, traders to be there. And the assessment showed that, no, we have got 150 at that time. That's 2017. So then we match these figures with the micro, small, medium enterprises currently in existence. And this figure is in the FinTech report. I'm sure the Trade Hub have also seen it. The director for SME has confirmed over 50,000, probably mostly being micro. Maybe the small, medium, maybe less than that. So look at that figure and then look at the less than 200 exporters. So then you don't need to think. You then realize that, we need to capacitate people to reach the level of exporting so that we can add to this figure. Our target was to have 50 annually coming in to export business, so that we can increase it to eventually 500, hopefully. And that will then translate into the figures in terms of our export volumes. And also you can look at the fact that our export performance is 30 billion. Look at what Africa is able to export. Look at what the global is commanding, 20 trillion. Perhaps in merchandise is less than that. These figures, I think, are based on a WTO report. So the need for export readiness is just a general intervention that every country needs to undertake. I think that statement there says it all, because also empirical evidence shows that other countries, they have market development programs, but you still need to go back and look at trade development. How can I enhance their capacity so that they understand? If they're already exporting, how can I help them to diversify, increase their volumes and all of that? So that's why we are there. And also that largely our exports are dominated by FDI. The locals, you find that they're few, they're small. So we also need to close that gap. We need to make sure that we have a lot of Eswatini that are into export business. Many times, Mr. Njanga has made, done interviews to say that, we have a lot of orders out there, but the problem is supply. And the supply is because of the 200 exporters that we have. They can't stretch themselves. So we need to have more people that are processing beef. We can't have 2. We need to have maybe 5. We need to have maybe six companies that are into honey processing. We can't have two, because once we have two, then they're stretched. When we go out there and we find the market and we say produce, then you find that they've reached their limit. So that's where you come in to fill the gap. Let's go to the next slide. Then the other one is the obvious one. From a policy point of view, I think government has said it now and again. I think 2 weeks back, the minister was saying that we are just talking about the Minister for Commerce, Industry and Trade when we're having the exporters export-led economy. So meaning government is saying, if we want to revive this economy, we want to create wealth, jobs, bring in revenue, we need to be in the export sector, in export business. So that's the policy aspect that I'm referring to in that slide. So it's in a document, the strategic roadmap. Government did the research and realized that economy is to use export as a driver. I think obviously because of the limitations in market size, but also they looked at other, indicators which I think informed the roadmap. I've also mentioned the world trade, global demand. As you can see there, that look at Africa. Africa alone is just contributing less in terms of world trade. I think we are less than 10%, if I'm not mistaken, compared to what we have there, 17 trillion, and taking the major exporters being China, USA, Germany, Japan, and all of that. If you also look at Africa intra-trade, I think it's less than 20%. So despite that, we have created these formations, economic formations, we're still not able to trade with ourselves. Yes, Eswatini is trading with South Africa. We are exporting. I think Nombuso, we are at probably over 65% in terms of everything that we export, because we also look at the trade flow of where our exports are going, and mostly are going to South Africa. And then the rest is going to the SADC region. So we are one of the countries actually that is trading more with Africa when compared with other countries. Other countries in the region, they produce, they export. So we have this COMESA, we have SACU, we have SADC, we now have the AU also coming on board saying, let's work together. They have created the free trade arrangements. If you look at the EU as a bloc, they trade more with themselves. I think it's over 35%. The last time I checked. So they are able to take advantage of that formation, the fact that they can move from Eswatini to South Africa duty-free. So they are taking advantage of that. And we are not doing that. And then, of course, as you can see going down, the markets that are, the demand in some of the markets, Japan being the second largest food importer, the USA importing so much food and beverages from other countries. And all of this demand then speaks to the price as well, because if there is so much demand, then the price is going to go high. And that's why we're saying when you're in the export business, you will then get premium prices, for what you are selling, and probably better than the domestic market. So that's we also need to look into. Next slide. So the issue of market constraints, we are looking at 1 million, you start a business, you're looking at 1.3. You break that down, that 1.3, you bring in the statistician, they will tell you that you'll be left with people with disposable income, probably less than 400,000 if you factor other things. So you start a business targeting less than 500,000. Why not look externally? The moment you step out of Eswatini and you go to the east, you find 31 million. Angathi ke lokuthi kukanjani if you go to like places like Matola, Maputo in terms of the ratio, but I'll assume probably in Matola, which is right next door, you probably find 1 million there. You go further to Maputo, you'll find 10 million. These are within 3 hours distance, so you can easily reach those markets. You go to Mpumalanga, South Africa, you'll find 57 million. So already you've got 80-something million that you can target, which is nearby, and using a very simple method of exporting. So that's why we are saying we are bringing this slide to say the market is out there. It's available, and the indications are that the trade currently ongoing is not enough. People, they still need want more products. I think the current global inflation, you know, that problem that we're facing, I think you are all aware, and it's giving you an indication that they need food products, you know, to be traded. So Eswatini can contribute to that as well. And then as you go global, now you go to the USA, Umlangen was talking about, and the AGOA, then you are in the region of 300 million. You go to Asia, you go to Taiwan, we've got a market there, you go to EU, you easily get 1.5 billion. These are figures that we bring in terms of the population. Obviously, the people with the buying power is less, but you still get your, I'm sure we want maybe 5 million of that to access, and then we are okay as a country. So that's why we are saying let's also look externally for that. And then why export again? Next slide, Mr. Masilela. I've talked about when you export, that government is going to get a revenue and all of that. And also when you export, the chances are very high because they are going to need volumes to be increased, the quantities. So you are definitely going to expand your operations. So when you expand your operations, then what do we get? We get more jobs, which is where government is interested in. And then at company level, some companies already are in business and they've got underutilized production capacity because of the constraint being small. So they can use that market outside. I think, Ngozi, you will help me in terms of certain sectors such as piggery industries and poultry. I think we have seen a lot of entrants coming in from Eswatini to a point that I think we have reached a point where the market is getting now saturated because we've got a lot of people that are already there. And at some point, someone was saying to me, I now need to create an outlet because now there's a bottleneck. You know, the market cannot take enough of what I produce, so I need to look at other markets. So people in those industries, they can look at this opportunity. Surplus production, maybe, yeah, that's what we are talking about. The need to diversify your market. If you are already in the export business, we are also saying don't look at South Africa alone. We have an indicator which is saying we must reduce our reliance to the South African market. Currently, it's over 65. So let's reduce. Let's look at other markets so that we can say they are now exporting to Mozambique or maybe to AGOA. You know, increase, you know, that part of the market. And then at the company level, obviously, you will also gain new knowledge and all of that. This is based on empirical evidence. Everyone knows that when you export, you tend to rub shoulders with other people in other economies, and then it changes the way in which you understand your business. The next one, Mr. Masalela. Then obviously, these are the barriers that we can all cite. But largely, I want to say that as the first bullet indicates, sometimes it largely boils down to the owner of the business, the managing director, the MD, in terms of their entrepreneurial capacity and understanding, whether they do see the need to venture into export business. So their failure to understand that, can be a barrier itself. Lack of knowledge, which is what we also assumed when we started the program. We said maybe people are not aware, capacitated, so let's try to capacitate them. Preferential markets, this applies across the globe. I've just seen some of the barriers, and I don't think it applies to Eswatini. Do we think preferential market access can be a barrier for Eswatini? And get preferences. Do we think it applies? It doesn't apply because AGOA for us is duty free. By duty free, we mean you are selling as if you are selling in the kingdom of Eswatini. The only thing that changes is you cross the border, you get an ID for your passport. SRA will tell you about that ID, and then they get to the USA. They said, "Oh, these are coming from Eswatini. Oh, okay, they are going there. All right, no problem. They are not going to pay any duties." But when another economy, a developed country, for instance, sends the same products, then they are going to be charged duties because now we are coming to world trade, developing versus developed. The agenda there is saying you always give preferences to developing countries, preferential treatment. You don't give the same to developed countries. So when you export textile and apparel to the USA, the duties will go as far as 30%, and then you add your VAT and other taxes that will apply. So imagine the cost that you're going to incur, and then also how you're going to price your products, the markup, it's already eating into that. So, but when it's coming from Eswatini, it's honey, it's baby vegetables, it's processed, it's timber, it's going to get these duties. It's textile and apparel, it's going to get these preferences. The same applies when you send to Mozambique, you get preferences. If you will notice, if you export beef to Mozambique without a certificate of origin, you will pay dearly when you cross the border, the ID that we are referring to. So that's why I'm saying for us, it doesn't apply because we have got USA, China, Taiwan, we have got EU, we have got Mozambique, we've got COMESA. All of these markets, you sell as if you are selling in the domestic market. So it could be access to raw materials, it could be costly and lengthy customs processes. I think we know these entities. And then that's the requirements, sometimes they can be, not that maybe people are frustrating you, but what they want, it applies even to their own domestic leaders to say that if you sell beef, American company, these are the standards you must uphold. If you import, we the same, standards. We're going to learn about this in the afternoon from Eswasa. They are part of the program, so they will share more. The issue, therefore, will be for you to see where you fall in terms of what is preventing people from exporting. I think I've had that question. We are done the research. As I said, we are basing it on certain indicators. So we don't know. We assume it applies to other countries and we assume it applies to us. So I think you will have to find yourself, where are you? Why are you not exporting? Slide, Mr. Muslim. So this is what I was talking about. This is the report that was submitted to us, and I just said, no ways, we cannot have 136. We can't. Go and look for other exporters. Went to the ministry, handicraft department, where are the people exporting? SWIFT. We go to this association. It cannot be this figure. Believe me, it was. We looked and looked and looked. So you can see that the opportunities are there. Look at furniture, only 2 are exporting. Look at, let's look at textile and apparel. 23 in that business, but mostly FDI. Do we have a local Ngos that is into only 1? Yeah, only 1 exporting textile, a very lucrative industry. And Nazo Kabangabongwane training college who are teaching people how to do this, knitting and all of that. I've forgotten the word. Please remind me. Yeah, we already have institutions that are training us on that. The university, they've got a textile and apparel. But then why only 1? Why not start small or come as a group and then get into it? It's very, in fact, they've got more than enough in their hands in terms. So only 1, this one. Maybe food processing, it's easier to enter, largely resources. That's where we are. Again, very few medium, small enterprises that enterprise construction, we are there. This refers to companies that are making blocks to Mozambique, but obviously, as making these pipes, which maybe it's a bigger business that may not apply. But bricks, pavers, we do these things, we sell locally, so we can up our capacity and add into those figures. So you can see when we are saying these traders are stretched, they can't. When we say we want furniture, give us furniture. We want so much tables, what have you, display counters, what have you. We can only refer to 2. And they will tell you that, okay, I've got 10 employees, so I can't make them work overtime or have to share all of that. So what do? You just say, okay, so maybe the person will have to look somewhere. So that's why we are saying we need to have 6, 10, so that we know that if maybe you've got a problem, we go to the other one, or you come together and you try to satisfy the market. Are we still okay on time, Magakeza? We're still fine. Okay, so the next one, just like anything, ladies and gentlemen, we just wanted to highlight on this one that I think I've touched on it, the empirical evidence which applies in other countries. We need to base any phenomena on something, a theory, an approach. Why are countries into this export business and all of that? So what we have here is some of those approaches which also can apply, because exporting is one of the ways in which you can internationalize. The word here is you need to internationalize your businesses, and exporting is one way in which you can do it. So if you look at the first approach, theory, economic internationalization approach. A decision to internationalize is based on efficiencies and level of profitability that should be guaranteed. You need to ensure that you see some element of you being having the skills that can allow you, to be able to do that. Let me just look at my notes here. Having the assets. So here we are talking about how you look into it. If I don't have, how can I say I want to export agricultural products if I don't have land? So you're basing it on the fact that you've got hectares of land, maybe in Spofaneni, under the LUCIP. So you're saying, okay, maybe I can do baby vegetables here and then be able to export. So that's the rationale that you base it on. Or you have got certain skills that are within you. Or you have what we call location, advantages in terms of perhaps most of the FDI that is coming here, they come here because they want to access the incentives, the special economic zones. If I go and set up there, I'm going to get a tax-free holiday of so much. So those are the locations. So we are basing it on something that before I do it, I need to make sure that profitability will be guaranteed and efficiencies, because you don't want any stress in the whole thing. Or we go to the second one, international entrepreneurship approach, where we are now saying you are just a born global. You start your business, your handicraft business, you are targeting the visitors to bushfire. You are not looking at the local market. You make sure that you go there, you meet maybe 10, take your products, and you make sure that when they reach UK or wherever they are coming from, then they buy from you. Because from the previous bushfire, perhaps you were able to see what is it that they want, and then you go, you start. So you start your business strictly for export. And that enables you to get, what we call competitiveness and the first mover. You go into that companies that have done that. They just, from the start, they venture into export business. As opposed to saying, let me just try and see if profitability will be guaranteed. I need to be sure that there will be efficiency. So you are still looking. As you are doing that, these early adopters, that's what we call them, or born globals, they are moving. They are going to lock the market. You will see when we do the 5 porters forces, once they lock the market, for you to get in becomes a problem. What if you were the one to first venture into that? So these are approaches that I think, ladies and gentlemen, we need to look into and see how we can use them. Obviously, the second one applies to developed and advanced nations because they see themselves being competitive when they go external. And as I said, they want to get the first mover advantage. And also, it also relates to the networks. I think I looked at some examples and I got this, some like Spotify, that already you are in a network in terms of technology. So already we are in the Facebook, all of these social media that are owned by this one company. So we can be able to then take advantage of the start anything and target the global markets. And that's why we are saying that technology plays a role, because that's where you find most of them. And they are in trade in services, which is also another area where we think eventually we're going to unpack it. Because right now we are talking about goods, handicraft, processed food, textile and apparel, trade in goods. We are saying take advantage of the market, but they why not? Why not start your business in the value chain? You are not going to be a farmer, you're going to be an agent, you're going to collect the products, or you're going to do logistics, take the products from Eswatini, ship them to wherever in the world. So you can also venture into that, and of course other services that we can start. We are part of the discussions on trade and services as a country, and I want to believe that it's a topic that we're going to unpack because it offers a lot. Once you reach a saturation in trade in goods, then it creates an alternative for you to go into, because we are saying you have done farming, so become a consultant. If you are doing logistics, for instance, you are taking products to the EU supermarkets there, you're working with the other freight forwarders, you know who the buyer is in the sourcing manager for that retailer in the UK. So already you can see that you can start a business that is saying that, Eswatini, do you want me to link you with the buyer of I don't know, the supermarkets there, maybe the Spar of UK. I am in contact with them because in my logistics business, I deal with other freight forwarders, your DHL. They take the same products and deliver to him. So I know who he is. So you can get into that and also close that gap. That is trade and services. You are now saying, I will not only do logistics, but I'm also going to assist in terms of giving people information about who are the buyers, because it's very important to know the buyer for any business that you're into, because those people, the sourcing managers for these retail shops, they command a lot. Once you're able to know who they are and you sit with them, you talk, and they tell you that, no, we think you are there, but for now we are buying there. Because remember, it's a business. At some point, they are going to lock it, to certain suppliers, and then slowly open up for you. So these are things that we need to look into. And then maybe the last one, which is the behavioral approach, which is where we are. Because this one is talking to internationalization, being based on gaining organizational knowledge of export business, which determines the level of internationalization. Companies acquire experience and knowledge about external markets through gradual commitment of resources and learning. So you start slowly, you look at Matola, then once you think that, no, you're doing well, then you go to Maputo, you go to Mpumalanga instead of Cape Town. You start there just to test the South African market, to understand, and then you slowly go to Gauteng. So it's a behavioral approach. So it's a gradual commitment, as it is being said here. So we are saying these approaches, look in terms of how you can apply them. Do you want to go slow, gradually, and let others take advantage, the bond globals, or you just want to take advantage, start your business and look abroad? Maybe before we go for tea break, I think let me do this one slide. We're okay. All right. Let me do this one slide, which is basing it on what I talked about. The next one, Masilela. So the export model is based on the Uppsala model. That's what it is, the behavioral approach, that you are taking it gradually. You are using a sales representative. Someone will come and say, hey, okay, can you sell your goods to me? I'm based in Mozambique, and then you give that person, or or you will just the pay direct. So, but the issue that I also want to bring here is what I talked about, the entrepreneurial aspect, because yes, you have a farm, yes, you have a dream, but you still need to be, your capacity to be enhanced to understand the entrepreneurial side of things. So this model, which I believe as you are doing your training with your SEDCO, with any business support development agencies, I'm sure you have gone through them, and some of you are well versed with this. To say that the Penrose says that growth of any business to its attributes growth of any business to its internal resources and how these are used by the managers. So the decision to internationalize, therefore, are not influenced by trends such as globalization, the fact that we've got free trade, the fact that we've got land, but it is based on how the manager who is running that business is going to use those resources. Maybe the second bullet says that a firm, a business, is an administrative unit as well as collection of productive resources, the disposal of which is determined by a managerial decision. So if you've got overproduction and the manager is saying, it's fine, we will see how we do it, we will sell these products maybe at a lower price. Why not the manager saying, no, then let's venture into export? So that's where your entrepreneurial aspect and your understanding and training comes in, because you as a manager, you need to make this decision. So if the business is a collective of productive resources and their utilization depends on you, on how you use those resources. So if you've got a marketer who understands export business and you're not using that person in your business, those resources are not being fully utilized. And then the last one, which then explains, I think I've touched on it, the Uppsala internationalization model, which then is the gradual aspect, which then brings us to exporting, that we need to use exporting. We have talked about a lot of approaches that you can use, but the easiest and perhaps the one relevant to what we are doing, trading in goods, and for our size, micro, small, medium, perhaps it's exporting, because it brings in that gradual aspect of things, going to Mpumalanga, as I've said, going to Gauteng, get a buyer there, do some business with them, and then they tell you, no, the business, your products are very good, your honey is very good, you sell it to the spaza shops. Then they tell you that, no, you know what, we need to expand. And then because you understand this client or this distributor, then you trust them. So you're gaining that experience, that trust, understanding, and then gradually you expand your business. So that's where we are in terms of what we are having today, exporting, which is, can you go to the next slide? Which is, as I said, indirect exporting, direct exporting, depending on how you want to do it. But basically, exporting is the sale of goods, commodity, and services. Remember, I did talk about it. Services is also an area where you can venture into. Again, it needs to be unpacked because there are a lot of technicalities for you to understand when you export a service. But it's part of that. You are selling that to other countries. Indirect, your goods, the person from Mozambique who has got a butchery in Matola comes here and then he buys your beef. I think the last time I checked, they were buying along the Sitegi corridor. So they'll go to any farmer who has got a nice space to slaughter, neat. Because remember, these markets are homogeneous. The way in which they want their beef slaughtered in Matola is the way in which we all want it done here in Eswatini. So now ubonakala nje kusunithi uyakhona ukuhlaba kahle uyalandzela ama procedures la khona in terms of ama standards, not something that is high up there. Then we take your products to my butchery in Mozambique. Now remember there, I control the whole chain because I know how to cross the border. I know the customers. You know nothing. I buy from you per kg. I think a kg of beef is around 50 something. So I buy maybe and negotiate you to 40. I sell it for 100. So you can't control. But maybe if you go direct, you take a drive, Christmas, you're going to the beach, you pass by Matola, you look for restaurants, or you say, APA, can you assist us to look for people that are importing beef, retailers in Maputo? We are going to contact our sister organization. Can you give us the 10 of these major importers, including those that are buying small so that they can support our SMEs? Then they bring them to one room, we talk to them. So tell me, how can I sell to you? I'm 2 hours away. Can I just bring my products to you? Here is my beef. You bring the samples. They try it. Obviously, we know our beef. If there's one thing that I can guarantee you is that any product from Eswatini in terms of quality, it cannot be matched. You look at what happened during COVID-19 when things were going down in terms of global trade. You remember the lockdowns, nothing was moving. Our trade went down by 50%. And the projections were saying it's going to recover probably after 6 months. In 2 months, 3 months, we're able to go back to where we were, close to 2.7 billion exports every month. That is saying the person who is buying those products saying, hey, I can't afford not to get beef from Eswatini. I can't afford not to get their sugar, their handicraft because of the quality. I think it's something that we have because I think quality, even if you go to handicraft, look at how we make guns. I think there's just that element of being there, making sure the product is presentable. So if you go further, you product development, you develop now a proper basket, it's going to sell and it's going to appeal. So that's one thing that we have. So hence I'm saying, look at the direct exporting so that you are able to then take advantage, know your customers and eliminate the middleman. Because if I buy from you 40 per kg, I sell it 90. Hey, who is making the money? This guy is making the money, the middleman. So I think, but anyway, you can then look in terms of how you do it. But then the last bullet is talking to the various processes that we're going to talk about that will therefore say you are now export ready. I think I'm going to highlight that. Maybe, do we still have time? When is tea break? 10:30. Oh, we still have 15 minutes. All right. So let me continue then. So I don't know. So there we are. Exporting is a viable. What's the word? Is perhaps what we can use. But the other approaches that I've given you, please think about them. As long as you bring in quality, a buyer will never run away from that. Will say, hey, I want that product. Please bring it to me. That's why I was giving you the story about our rebounds in terms of export, the trade flow. Other countries, even now, they're still trying to recover, to say that hey, our exports have still not reached the previous level, trade flows. We were able to do it. In fact, we have surpassed the target because I think it was 20 billion 2020. Now we are in 30 billion. So they are growing. 200, less than 200 exporters. Imagine we add 50, 100. We can grow it to 40 billion. And that is still a drop. It's still a drop. I think I showed you the figures. It's not even counted. It's still a drop because we are talking trillions, but you get that share. So we still have time. Let's go to the, maybe let's not go there because I think maybe we can take some questions. I don't know, maybe comments from other colleagues. I think I can do the others after tea break in terms of assessing potential and all of that. But maybe let's talk about what we have discussed. And I know that Umlangen is my co-facilitator, so perhaps he's also going to chip in. And I see dissect what we have talked about. What approach can we use? Is exporting the only one that we can go into? Yes, Mr. Ngos. Oh, sorry, I mistook you for someone. I think just introduce yourself and take the floor.
Hello. Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Mnisi. We are quite very enthusiastic about what has been presented. My name is Mr. Magongo, Boise Sandile Magongo. Really been known. It stands for Eswatini National Rural Farmers Association. Okay. We have had quite a few meetings ourselves, and quite frankly, the farmers have been asking us, I'm the secretary, they've been asking us where they can actually get some markets. I think, Mr. Mnisi, with all that has been said, it's a very wonderful presentation. On our side, I think we do have some issues where banks in Eswatini, they are not financing, they're not playing their role to finance, basically. I just want to ask people like APA, I nearly said SIPA, like APA, and all those that are relevant, because you have a lot of Swazis that do want to export because they feel that's where they can get their revenues here in Eswatini. But I think that there's the bridge in between, the linkage of finances. Personally, I've been to Swazi Bank. Yes, they're sponsoring soccer. There's 4 million for soccer, but there's nothing for people to develop. For instance, we do have the export guarantee scheme at Central Bank. I would have honestly thought that they would be here as well to explain what it is that they are doing. We've talked to guarantee schemes at Central Bank. I've even written a letter to Mr. Simpiwe Shabalala in South Africa, Standard Bank. Can you imagine? They can't just give me a credit card in Eswatini. I've got the money, I'll put 10,000 fixed deposit. They can't give me a credit card for just 1,000. I'll put my own money, so that's security. So I'm just trying to say there's some serious issues in Eswatini when it comes to finances. Okay. We've just had a meeting on the 3rd of June. We invited FinCorp to come and make a presentation to the farmers. Mr. Msibi had said, okay, we will come. They never even called to say we're sorry of why they did not come. So the long and short of it, I'm just putting the aspect of finances.
Finance.
It's all easier said than done. I see the figures, 20 trillion.
Yeah.
We'd like to pocket that money as Swazis as well.
Yeah.
Where's the export guarantee? They should be here to explain, look, we are really happy Swazis are utilizing the service. In Mozambique, we have a high commission. They should be able to come on board and talk to us to say, look, there are opportunities in Mozambique. Swazis, where are you? I'm here, I'm at the office of the High Commission. Let's see what we can do together. Thank you, Mr. Mniz. I just wanted to just highlight that.
No, thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know if there are any questions. Ngozi, can you take the lead maybe in addressing this issue of finance? But where I come in is I will guarantee you that like they are supposed to do with their export credit guarantee, they are going to be here tomorrow. So they will be explaining that. It's an initiative that we have looked into. In fact, we have a program upcoming to try and understand export financing. Where is the problem? Because if the development finance institutions are not aligning themselves with the vision for government to say we need to be export-led, and you present a business plan that's saying, I think I can do it in the external market, then I think then there's a problem. So, but finance is an area that we're going to cover in terms of how, but the Eswatini Bank will then explain about that scheme, because again, I think they are throwing the ball into your court.
What is the actual problem? Because what happens is in business, bafikela babethi imali bathi inombolo lethi siyakubona masesaba ukuthi angeke imkhokhele nomvikela phansi. It's just an example. I'm not saying that's the case. Oftentimes, ama-business plans I abukela and mabafika lapha sibabala sekuba So now, minima is suggestion. You can get a contact person IPA and get 1 or 2 associations. The Farmers Association being one of them, or Facebook or whosoever. So it's a case study. Here is the business plan. Let us go through all the different offices and see. So that when we are gathering in a form, in a setup, we've had business studies, case studies, because maybe we do not have all the necessary information. So it's just a suggestion and a way forward on this issue, so that nalabanye sitawube sibaqhazelele ukuthi wo le indzaba le kanje ivamise ukugileka lana lena ivamise ukugileka kanjena lena ungawela kanje. So ngicabanga ukuthi as we continue with our discussions and after they've come, we've looked at the credit guarantee scheme, I think tomorrow, then we can conclude to say, do we still need to investigate it any further? So now if we do need to investigate it further, we'll engage with so that we see. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mkazi and Umlangen for those reactions. So yeah, there we are. Our finance is very critical. Like you rightly indicated, these figures, they mean nothing if there is no money. So let's approach it the way in which they've proposed. And I know that Mkazi Vele will hold us to it. We are going to look into it and see, because we really need to understand, especially the export credit guarantee scheme. What is the problem? Why aren't people access it, especially after the COVID pandemic, where people have got cash flow problems? So why are they not using that? So maybe that will give us a picture in terms of how we can approach it. Any question before we go for break? Let's just take one and then we will break.
Sanbonan kamalaming no million wagamakob. Bengfuna go buta go the duty free topic. Is it specifically on certain products, or nginga find out maybe something that I feel like is something US can buy, and then I can be able to say, okay, mina naguna ngubona ukuthi bangag require, and then I can be able to use the duty free route to export it to them.
I think, Tammy, can you take this one? I think they are taking it from the AGOA and 6,400 tariff lines.
Yeah, they are specific commodities, but now we have 6,400 commodities. Most likely, whatever you want to produce would be considered to be duty-free. If you go, there is an AGOA website that highlights which commodities are there. I'm just trying to see the site itself, but it's the provider. Following my presentation, we are going to provide that. We also have some material. The standing with some printers are late. We are still waiting for that material. I must say there is a lot of reading and lots of work you need to do to get into export, and also understanding those commodities. We are going to be having the Revenue Authority. They are the custodians of exports from here. So they will know every commodity, tariff codes, which says Nabafika a border and punch this tariff code. Then it shows you, it automatically enters the status duty free. But you need to then go backwards and say, let me research which commodities are applicable to which market in terms of duty-free status. generally we will struggle with sending raw products to the US because the standards are very strict. For example, Kambisa beef that is raw. I know Namibia is doing it now, but the accreditation took them quite a lot of time. Eswatini, we currently don't even have the volumes, even if we were to work towards that. But most of the finished products, canned products, Dindodet Peggy were knitwear, handmade, those
Gems,
will
chili
not
sauces.
attract duty. So, and that's why we have APA here. We'll have the Revenue Authority, and then we will also give you the websites. So they'll be able to handhold you through the process.
Siyabonga, Nkosi. I just want to add to lo buto ngishoban. Your question is saying lama products in la specific noma ngawangeta whilst Mr. Dlamini abekhulumela in the context of AGOA. Mina ngicela kuphendula beyond AGOA because the market it's not just eMelika. Other parts of the world nakhona sinawo lama duty free access. Asengibekise ngeTaiwan. Taiwan we've got duty free access in my products nakhona. Taiwan bathi every year we meet and we discuss ukuthi kule list yalo duty free kukhona lesifise kukungeta thina simaswati. So you may find that in the course of the year kukhona besingakukhiciti as a country, but now sesiyakuproduce and we wish to send it to Taiwan, or noma likhona customer lulitholile but kwakhanzala ukuthi bayakuthelisa le baka customs. So you can come to us and submit that list to say, I also have got this product and this product. Lengifuna kuyithengisela ina market nayi. Mane bathi akusiko duty free. Then Tina will see if whenever we have got platforms and meetings to discuss this thing, siyakhona lokunye kukungeta depending ngokuthi nguyiphi leyo agreement. But for the AGOA one, that one is fixed as Babe Dlamini asho. We don't have much leeway to discuss, but in some markets, siyakhona sifike sithi kule list yethu sicela ngetana nanga emahabhula sicela ngete matamati. This year, I think in July, 2 months time, we'll be discussing a list as a Taiwan. So if kunema products lo ungazi ukuthi ufisa kwathengisa but kunaloku ukuthi utawubhadala umthelo on the other end, you can bring that list to us sibuka ukuthi singakhona nikubacele kuyicelela le product ukuthi ayingene duty free on the other side. So some agreements are renewable, discussable over time, reviewed. Lamanya are fixed. Generally, AGOA is fixed in this particular case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mkazi Nemlangen. I think you are getting the picture in terms of what it is. But from what I know, most of what we produce currently, unless you want to add, as Mkazi has said, to a very large extent, inkumbi yako vele kuyangena kuthiwa lo duty free. Ngoba sakubona lokho ukuthi ngema sectors la ngathi emaswati akiwo ayangena la ku bohani, bo chili sauce, fruits and vegetables products. People are able to come in. But if you now have one that you want to add, then we can look into some of the agreements, as Mkazi is saying. I've been advised that there are also participants online. We forgot to acknowledge them. We did, or I forgot. Yeah, so maybe if they have a question, they can just show of hand. Oh, okay. You can type your question into the chat box, send it into the chat box, and then we will read it in this meeting, and then we will respond. So I don't know if there are any questions, Mr. Masilela, in the chat box. Currently none. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the program director is saying it's time. So I think for now, I'll take a pause, and then she's going to advise on what to do going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mnisi. At this time, may I not take any more time? We are 5 minutes into our tea break, which we are taking from now, and we'll be back at 11. please do proceed there and get some tea. I've been advised that there's more that will be coming in, so do not be afraid if you find yourself running short. They will bring in more. Please go ahead and help yourselves to tea, and we'll be back at 11. Be encouraged to network and get to know others that you haven't met yet, since we haven't had a chance to do introductions, but if we do in the meeting, we will do that. You may break for the tea. Thank you. Labatiko langitalwa khona bathi singema British Empire. So lokugcina sikhathi kulakhaya. Shall we continue to the next session? And please note that this session will run from now until 1 o'clock. We are going to cover export stakeholder analysis and the export business plan. Readiness is going to assist us with those two items until lunch hour. And thereafter we'll break for lunch and we will be back again. I feel the need to mention it right now so that our minds are ready, that we are going up until 4:30. It's a training day. As it was mentioned earlier, that it's a lot of information that we would like to share with all participants. It could take longer, but it has been compressed to the 2 days. So we will be back even after lunch up to 4:30. At this time, it's nice to see the house is as full. It has given us time for others who were maybe delayed for different reasons to catch up with us. I would like at this time to probably give a round of introductions to everyone. Please be wary of sanitizers on your tables. If you feel the need to use it, because we are going to be using the same microphone, please do so, use it. It's available for your use. Shall we do the round of introductions? Thank you.
Good morning. Kamalami Ngomwende from a company called AgroPros. I'm currently working on a project called Livestock Made in Shore, which is medical insurance for livestock.
Sanibonani. Ngibongane ngwakanjanga sengisebenza ka Eswatini Investment Promotion Authority ka IPA. Thank you.
Sanibonani, ngubuzileni ngisebenza ka USA Trade Hub. Lo yini into engicela kona into I've just received this ngicela nibakhumbula ku register. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sanibonani. My name is Trusty Jones from an association of ladies. Thank you.
Sisebenza ngetinzala nje sitivuse letinsha sititfunge sente emacici sente lokuningi.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sanibonani, nginguvuyiswa Mkhabela from VJM Biotech. It's a biotechnology startup. We manufacture bioproducts, disinfectants, nema biofertilizers.
Banana Innocent Gama, Sector Investments and Corporate Products in the team.
Sanibonani, ngingumpho wakamazia. I'm from Youth Chamber of Commerce and Industries Eswatini. It's an apex body that looks out for business interests ebamhlabasha eveni and advocates for the creation of conducive environments and the eradication of barriers of entry into the economy.
Sanibonani. I am Tobisa Kama, Sensomnoto Group. We deal in sugar exports. We export sugar to the Republic of South Africa. Thank you.
Sanibonani. I'm Honest Lihle Mhlanga, founder of a company called Honest Artworks. I'm an artist, I'm a painter, exhibiting locally and internationally as well.
Sanbonani, my name is Janine Bello. I'm from Swaziland Fair Trade, known as SWIFT. We are a business supporting organization. We do training and capacity building and market linkages of small to medium businesses in Eswatini. Thank you.
Sanbonani, ngingikhabonga kaThabetse, ngisebenzela ka-Federation of Eswatini Business Community, FESBIC.
Sanbonani, Carlos Mwagamapanzani from Interfreight. I'm a freight forwarders.
Sanbonani, ngingo Frank Barbosa. Ni currently ngiku pharmaceutical industry, operating a pharmacy, and interested in feedlot as well, feedlot business. I'm going to speak.
Sanbonani, Anzilo Wakadlimini from Siambona Investments Center, sing under the manufacturing.
Sanbonani, Ingomdluli Saverius, si good day business. When we heard about this meeting, felt we shouldn't be left out. We saw this as an eye-opener. We have an interest in farming. Thank you.
Sanbonani, Kamaram Dumsile Smelani, Kamgaga Leather Association.
Sanbonani, Kamang Taniga Mzebele, under Mother Earth.
Sanbonani, Kamalaming Sakilan Sabande, Kamgaga Mother Earth, the company le necessary, let's say, indigenous plants, nema ornamental plants, nema fruit trees.
Sanbonani, Ntamsanga Msibi, Mkamga ku Perfect Originals, si bathungi bemasudu, si diversify namuhla sesingena ku commercial farming with evergreen farms.
Sanbonani Begnene, Ngosnat Lamin, Kamgaga AST Group, looked in Gapandet in Sat, Kuna AST Medical, Kuna Eswatini General Plumbing Supplies and Baban, Besegba, Na Eswatini National Motorspace, Gamanzin, Logus Letala, we will see most of the time, Besi Tilange, ku import, Gepage COVID, na Niglet into Letendeg 11. This combisile, we would see export market is also important, hence. See Bugak developer who manufacture let under pharmaceuticals in the country. So this training, we believe, will open our eyes even wider. Thank you.
Sanbonani Mngos, omningi inkosi ngakajuba ngibuya lepha semdzimba kaZumbodzi. Mina ngi-under i-leather craft, ngenda i-handwork. Ngithe uma ngiva ngale opportunity bangifyela ngathi sengide ngilothatha lwati, but kukhona-ke bambona le nginokubafundzisa lo msebenzi wetandla.
Hello, my name is Kudzaim Shambi. I'm coming from an organization called Innovapreneurs Africa. We're an entrepreneurship education consultant company.
Sanbonani, Makawa Kamete, coming from Finest Veggies, lapho khona siyalima phindze futhi si-import. So we came here to start more about exporting.
Sanbonani, ngongimake fikile Mbuyisa, ngiqhamuka business people with disabilities. Senda 70 yetandla leyahlukahlukene siyafundisa. Loyo lunekono umsebenzi tsite ulendlulisela kulabanye. Ngihamba nabo wethu.
Sanibonani, mina ngimuntu emabuza ngenda umsebenzi wetandla ngifuna nje ngumfundise ngiyakona kumfundisa kamakhono lengwentaka ngaletinyawo.
Usebenzisa tinyawo, uyakolosha wenda ticatfulo, wenda emabhutsi ebusika ngetinyawo.
Sanibonani, ngingicharity ngakadlamini. Ngiqhamuka khona nami la kusuka khona Mpuma Mbuyisa.
Sanibonani, mina ngingiBrenda ngwakanhlengethu sothi ngikhubadeke ngingaboni emehlweni nami ngisuka ebusiness of disabilities. So thina nathi singilabanye labasebenzi labakha like itimvo cleaner singaboni phindze sakhe nabo makhandlela nafenisi singaboni emehlweni, but now ngabe na ufuna stokufundisa uyeta sikufundzise lokhu singaboni.
Sanibonani, my name is Lisa Mapanga. I'm from ComFweb, which is a federation of women in business under COMESA. We deal with women business associations with close to 20 associations under us, women doing agribusiness, handicrafts, cross-border trade, and others. Thank you.
Sanibonani, ngimfuthi Dlamini ngendayi livestock farming.
Sanibonani, ngingugcina phi ngwakavlakati. I'm from Enafa. Ngine interest farming at the moment. Ngifuya pigs. Thank you.
Sanibonani, nginguNosipho wakantendesa. Ngisuka Enafa. Ngumlimi. Ngidele ukuthola lwati. Ngikulima nokuthi ngisengilimile timvu tami tingahamba njani.
Sanibonani, ngicwasile Mathebula. I have my small company called Tactile Crafts. I'm just an upcoming artist who came kutofunza nje kabandi about on how to further my business. Amen.
Sanbonani, Obed is my name, from Mastimele Visual Arts Association of Eswatini, Crafts and Fashion Design. Thank you.
Sanibonani, bito lami nguSteven Ndlovu, ngisuka kuMathapha eCTA ngithengisa i-handicraft ikakhulu tindlubu. Ngona msebenzi engiphila ngawo.
Sanibonani, ngumduduzi ngwakwaBhembe. Ngichamuka la eNkaba kodwa ngisebenzela eMalkens. Umsebenzi wami utshintsha le-office, indzawo yakho ohlala kiyo ibe yinhle ngenda i-art. Yonke inhlobo ye-art longayicabanga. Mawufuna kubona into engitendako, ungangena ubukele izalo noma ubukele mapha ema-South African soap, utati bona into echamuka eMalkens.
Sanibonani bekunene. NginguStendle ngwakalukhele Sibongo. Ngisuka la kuMaliyaduma. Mina-ke ngenta i-handicraft. Le kakhulu ngisebenza nge-leather, bacebesha, tikhwama, cishe konke lokwentiwa ngeligogo nje. Ne-key holder yakho na uyifuna ibhalwe igama lakho, ngiyakubhalela. Inkampani yakho na ufuna kuyi-advertise, ngiyakubhalela. Fake inombolo takho, fax number kube la kule key holder, uloko bekunene. Siyabonga.
Sanibonani bokunene. Exodus Mpamali. Ngithi imisebenzi yetandla yonke inhlobo imisebenzi yetandla. Ufunze kuneqhathi ngo-1958. 1959 ngafundzela handicraft ematubatuba kubuhluhluwe. 67 ngafundzela isewing. 75 bangimene ngilabakhubateke bafunza imisebenzi yetandla. Angena 75 ngaphuma nga-2008. Yonke imisebenzi yetandla lo ngaboni mfundisa kwathi ukuthi isebenze etandla. Nyalo ngisebenzela ekhaya emahlabane noma kumalinzi ekhaya.
Sanibonani, ngikhuluma naMdudu Sigule usuka eMshingishingeni. Ngithi philisa ngekwakha fenisi ngithengisele umango wangakithi. Ngiyabonga bekunene.
Sanibonani, ngikhuluma na Innocent Dlamini, ngisuka kulaba tekile ngisebenza ngisakha abofenisi konke umsebenzi wetandla longawucabanga sibomake sihlangene siyasebenta longakwati lokuthithe siyamsita etekithi egroupini simsite yize singilaba kubatekile.
Sanibonani Bonkosi. Lokukhuluma ngombongo enemthethwa emafutheni kune project lathi ngilisini iqhamuka Ministry of Health under Georgetown University Faculty of Health. So thina lesikundako after somabhizinisi facilitate lama linkages esitabo somabhizinisi asibasidi ngemali sibasida ngelwati la business project yethu futhi luthe nalo bamba lo mdzasi ngethu wetenkundla ligongo wasekukhanyeni. So sita ke bosomabhizinisi sifacilitate sibayise nala kubomgazi nje labanye sesivele sibathumela la kubomgazi ukuthi bayobasita. Nangabe nisidinga sikhona la tenkundleni leti nkundla bengitisho konje nangaye enkundleni bathi afike bakutshela. Sihamba nalenye inhlangano lesiyispothile ke sisasebenta bathi ngivilinye cooperative yenda peanut butter utata ichaza ke make nathi siyafunza bayasita iGeorgetown University yasita kune consultants lesita USA bathi si-Role Institute njalo nje ngeliviki nathi siba seklasini nasuke eklasini siyo implementa lesikufunzile. Hambani netinkundleni ndalithola lisito Bonkosi.
Sanibonani, ngingumakethulile ngwakamkhatshwa ngisuke emafutheni sakha peanut butter sahlangana singema-widows sakha peanut butter siyathengisa sitolwati exporteni ngoba nathi siyafuna.
Sanibonani, ngingumfuthi ngwakamamba ngichamuka enhlangano. I'm a self-sustained farmer. Ngidele kutohlola nje ukuthi export ngithini ema-products ami.
Sanibonani, Njoshido ngingboyisi Sandile Magongo. Ngichamuka enhlanganweni yaka Enafa. Shothi ngifike ngibe ngumabhalane Enafa umele Eswatini National Rural Farmers Association. Bitseke ngimbathe nalelinye ijazi. Khona umgogodla hulumende lekuthiwa Eswatini Horticulture Association. Ngiphinze ngibe khona ke ngavolunteer nje ukuthi ngiyisitele enhlangano konke lokuthi horticulture in Swaziland ngingumabhalane wakhona ke mina. Bible lithi Proverbs 13 verse 20b, the riches of the wicked are yours to take. So ngingathanda kubona mina eMaswati la unemployed la poverty stricken abajoyine la ka Enafa ngosiyami sitawubasida leti mali sitachannela one way or the other batawusitakala. Siyabonga.
Sanibonani, ngingithandeka Mkhatshwa, ngibuya kuMathapha Impumelelo Meat Supplies. Siyathengisa inyama phinze siyiprocess.
Sanibonani, ligama lami
Dlamini. I'm from but I also do Stay Soft, Flow, and I love whistling. Thank you.
Sanibonani, ngingando wakadlala nami ngisuka khona ala first big ngicupha crafts nalapha emakethe ngiyodayisa eSouth Africa. Yabo.
Sanibonani benene. Thamsi. Ubuye elithangweni. Ngicela kubonga. Ngokuthi ukhumbulile ukuthi angikwadi nokungena online. Wavele wangirejista. Ngibe khona kulo mhlangano lomhleka. Kepha nje ngicela lokuremarka on that line. Kokuthi konke lokuhlelo ositshela wona asikwadi nekungena sine sibekwe eceleni sine sigugile. Asiyadi new technology. Ngakho ngiyacela ukuthi nilibambe nalelo chuzo. Nguye mabhalane wami loya wakamagongo ka enafa naka eha. Siyabonga ingulube. Sihambene abantu abethu bonke bathi nayi ingulube. Kodwa nyalo sahla. Ngoba ayikho la ingathengiswa khona. Thank you.
Igama lami nguSibusiso Vusilamini, ngisuka enkampanini lakhe Investment Trading as Midco Eswatini. Sidila nge-value add beef commodity in terms of. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Bese ngitishito nginomile Makhubu ngitene ngilimember la ka enough.
Okay, thank you very much. Shall we also have briefly those who are online, just so we know who is there? Quite a few of them left. Bendulo. Benazi.
Hello.
You can go ahead. Okay, we'll give you another chance when you can come through. But at this time, ladies and gentlemen, may I not take a further time? Shall come Mr. Take us through the export analysis and thereafter export business plan. Welcome, Mr. Mnisi.
Thank you very much, Nombuso. Siyethemba ukuthi sesikhona ku-refresh malangeni and we are ready to engage for another in because sesingena buma business plan but relating to export, it's an area which I think most of you know. I think we appreciate the actions because they are giving us a picture of here. Some who are already in business have done this. Some of you are helping people to with business development. I've heard organizations like Konala that are assisting on that aspect. So we really appreciate it. Lena, it is also going to say, let us all try to make sure we see in these activities that we are doing. Thinking village and that and appreciate, and it is exactly that we need to see vele lama business akhona zeka thengisela ngephandle angaba la khaya noma ke enaba phumele completely and all of that depending on how you want to do it. But nje the all is a business plan or an export marketing strategy needs to feature in your activities, in your operations, what you do on a daily basis. Sekungaba ukuthi-ke ngeke uqale nyalo, but have it written there that intention is to sell my products to Mozambique, to Botswana, to Zambia, or any country that you are going to target. So we'll be going through that session, and as I said, I think it'll be interactive as we all have an understanding and an appreciation of that. So the last time we ended with, yes, this slide, which is helping us to understand export environment, which it's a model that maybe most of you are aware of, because you are looking at a model, that an environment that is external to your business. So you need to apply all of these factors. So these are global factors influencing exporting. So in terms of, we are looking at socio-cultural factors, you need to have an understanding that we are now going to a different country. They operate differently, even the language. Just last week, we were trying to get products to the UAE market, and the thing that is holding us now is that the products are not labeled in Arab, and they're insisting that we need that one to feature, because the consumers, when they buy the product, they need to read and understand what is there in terms of the labeling. So you need to factor in all of that. Issue of region, I think we know there are regions where you can't sell pork, for instance. So sendela lokuthi ungakhanzi uzothatha, go down to you find the Muslim community, and then you start trying to sell. So you need to understand these things and appreciate ukuthi tiyehluka vele. Legal factors, domestic laws that apply in the country, taxation laws, they will be different. Some countries will be part of an FTA, some will not. And in SADC, you will think all the SADC countries are part of the FTA, yet some are not. Some have indicated that eventually they will be. So when you do your analysis of the environment and you ask me, I'll tell you that no, this country does not give the same preferences as Mozambique is giving. Political environment and what's happening in that space, because you will be dealing with traders that are maybe affected, by this. I think geopolitics has shown that, you can have those things coming into play. So you need to have an appreciation. You scan the environment, you look. If we are saying that we've got a free trade agreement, it's an agreement. To come out of that agreement will be like the UK out of Brexit. It's very difficult to leave, or those concessions would apply. I'm just making an example. So, but certain unilateral, we just giving beneficiary, and you may find that as you go deep, that thing can be terminated anytime. But in our case, what we have seen is it has not happened, because some of the acts that we have, it's a unilateral offer that is given to you, binding to a certain extent, not binding to a certain extent. I think we have seen that. So the environmental factors. Thank you. So your packaging, I think the parts sakho nje sikhwama seyiyasitshela where we're going, in the external markets, they are already there and probably have gone further. So it speaks to your packaging now, biodegradable and all of that. So you need to understand all of those things. And then e-commerce, we're going to talk about on tomorrow, because that's a platform which we saw that during the time of COVID, you know, a lot of people were going to those platforms. In fact, NAS as APA, with what we call buyeswatini.com, where we are able to register, market your products. Also, we understand that we need a teacher in that, because that's where we're going more at. In terms of marketing, selling, things like exhibitions, maybe eventually they are going to use and we focus on this. So that's the environment. So you scan it, and obviously, as you read the document that I referred to, the manual that I developed, because everything that I'm talking about extracted from that manual. It is very detailed, with examples, with exercises that you can to get a better understanding. Some of the things are the tools in which we're going to tell you how to access them, the webinars and all of that, that will help you understand how you scan the environment. So the next, so this one, assessing your export potential. This is a must. You need to do it. You need to understand your comparative advantages, you know, as a country in terms of resources, climate, location, cost structure, and all of that. I think one of the things that's with as a country, and it's used even when promoting FDI, you know, a strategic location. You look at major ports, because it's very important. The investors say, okay, if I'm in raw material, how do I navigate? And tell them that, you just go to, which is away by rail. You bring your goods there and then you bring them to Eswatini. The same when exporting, or you target Mozambique, which is 2 hours away, or you target Joburg, you go to OR, which is 40 minutes by flight, 3 hours and 3.5 by road. So all of these are within our reach. So bringing in the product, the raw material, and also sending out the products, because, you know, there are a lot of costs that you would incur for goods to transit. You know, if you're going to move from Eswatini, South Africa, go up Botswana, Zimbabwe, and then you transit to the EU, maybe from Zambia, those costs are going to hit you. But for us, we are saying by road, you are in OR, you fly your baby vegetables, the following day they land in UK, the following day they go to the shelf. 2 times someone is having them in tables, and that is business. In fact, some of those products, like baby vegetables, they are so sensitive. You need to make sure that you understand that. So for us, I think our strategic location has no problem. Climate, I think Tami will agree, the different seasons that we have that allows us to grow all year round agricultural products. That's an advantage that we have. Of course, and others, government policies in terms of taxes, incentives are there. We've got the export processing zone that is giving you incentives, obviously looking for certain industries. If you want to bring in raw material for textile, fabric, you want to make whatever garments, you want to enter into the textile industry, take advantage of, you can bring in your fabric from anywhere, and then you cut it to spec, and then you send it. Government is going to say, when you do that, you are going to bring it duty free and then it goes to a bonded facility. You don't bring it in and then you produce, you sell to the local market or South African market or SACU market. You produce the fabric, you put it into a container or whatever, take it to the market, the US. You are not paying any duties to bring it in. But if you bring the same fabric, you produce, you sell to South Africa, government is going to say, pay me duties. Because what we're trying to say, we're trying to encourage, our exporters to be outward looking, because the SACU market is basically a domestic, look at it as a domestic market. Terms, that's how we look at it. South Africa, it's a local domestic market. But the moment you export outside of SACU, then that's when government saying, okay, now I can give you some incentives to take to the EU. We've got bilateral trade agreements offering you opportunities. We have discussed this in terms of AGOA, Taiwan, and all of that. So these are external factors that to really look to assess your potential, gauge yourself, where are you? And the element will come in. Issue of getting rebates and all of that, the station that needs to go in, accessing the preferences in order for us to say your product now qualifies and to be said it's coming from Eswatini. Someone will say, hey, what if I bring a complete garment from Asia, bring it here, maybe affix maybe a label into it, package it nicely, and then ship it to the US. Can I still get the preferences? The answer there is no, you can't. Because when we do the calculation, there is no value add, no transformation to the product. The product was made there, so the people there are benefiting. We are just bringing it to, and then it's like we are just bringing it to, they say, yeah, Puma, yeah, America, and who tell you that, no, you can't get the certificate of origin. Bring the same here as a fabric now, transform it to a garment, finished product, T-shirts, whatever that is made, then it gets the preferences in the. So all of those things you need to look into it. Your accountants and everyone, they play a big role here. It's just not one person doing it. So you need to do these calculations. SRA will explain you, it's a process to get the certificate of origin, the calculations that will go in, because when we say 60% of what you're exporting, you must show that it produced in Eswatini. If it's 59%, it does not. So that is the method now that goes into it, but that one will be explained. So internal factors, these, they speak to your business in terms of your production capacity, your equipment, your management. I think we spoke about this, sources, and your know-how of the market, export experience. And then, yeah, go to the next one. And then, yeah, second again. And then management goals and priorities. Very is management eager, will to venture into, because we need that buy-in from the MD, high up there. We need to be clear that are you in? And that one, as I said, will come with the entrepreneurial aspect, the training, the capacity that you get as summer business, everyone, so that it opens up your mind to say, yes, I need to do that. Let's go to the next slide, Mr. Musulela. So this is the value chain. So with everything that we have said needs to translate into this. With the readiness being up there, being the final. So we start, we go right, strategic intent. MD, what are you saying? Are you willing to take this company to external markets? Do you look at it that way? Product development, you have scanned the environment. You know that you are into piggery, you are selling pork. So you know how you should, you know, the cuts, the quality thing that needs to go into it in terms of what the customer wants, everything, handicraft. Marketing, in fact, marketing can be before product development, depending on how you want to look into it. Now we need people that will go there and talk about this product. You need those people to be, I've worked with a number of exporters when I go for trade missions, and some people will really take you to task and tell you that this is how you need to promote my product. I don't take less, anything less. You need to do that. So you have those type of people within your business so that they can help you. Export procedures, this now relates to the fact that you are going to import raw material, as I said, to process. Because remember, we don't have enough. We don't have enough. In fact, if you look at the profile, for instance, of the beef industry, even to some extent the sugar, sometimes what we eat is what we import. It's what we produce is what we export. So ulomnyanga buka nje athi hayi beef sidlalela la kankha. Lena importile and then what we grow here. So also we able to import, you know, that same beef in certain agreements and still be able to act like an agent and still be able to export to other markets. So you can bring Botswana, take it to Mozambique. The agreement allows you to do that. So these are the procedures that you need to go through. And then the last one being finance, which is very critical in terms of accessing it and also in terms of what needs to be financed. I think we need to talk about those things because it's not everything that can be financed by export credit guarantee scheme and then the element of insurance. This is the value chain that once you have gone through this, then we can say you are now ready to age in export business. Let's go to the next one. Being your stakeholders. So the stakeholders, who are the people that will help you? The Minister of Commerce comes in. From a policy perspective, markets that we are talking about, International Trade Department, and then us as APA, because government transferring the aspect from the ministry to APA, government was simply saying, I want you guys to effectively run this so that you can be able to quickly assist the traders in terms of finding the market. That's our role, which assumed in 2014. So now investment and trade. So we do a lot of these, maybe we'll highlight them at some point in terms of taking traders to promote their products. I think the recent one being the Dubai World Expo, some of you are here, they gave us their products, we took them there, like to establish the buyers. Because that Middle East market, we have never been to it, so we wanted to test, are they going to like our chili sauces? And to our surprise, in fact, to our surprise, you know, our sources were flying. Belungu bebangena, hey, where is this sauce? Can I have it? This one is, I like this one because it's hot. And I also like it looks very nice. Won't mention names of the, so that's what we do. So the market, we go there, we do an assessment. I think we even visited some of the retailers to gauge the pricing. You know, I was actually even surprised when they said my products, they need to be in Arabic, because I went to the retailers and I saw that, oh, there are sauces, there are gems, and the labeling is in English. So what's the problem? So I think now that's the debate that we are having. So we provide these services and other services. Like I said, we can bring the buyers here. They can come here. We've done it before. Bring the buyers so they talk to you, and then also they go to see what produce. SEDCO, Eswasa here tomorrow. They deal with stands with the Minister of Agriculture, Nombot, Eswatini Revenue, and then the Chamber of Commerce, your first big, I think, for Comfab, because we now work with these women in business. I think we have adopted, you know, that, you know, policy as an organization to say that businesses, we also want them to be on board. So the COMESA Federation, I think Lisa is here. We are working with them. And that there is also the youth, because our policy is also saying youth-owned businesses, they also need to be trained. So meaning whatever we do, 10% of 10 traders that we have, we must make sure that at least 10% are women-owned. If they're not there, organization is, if they did not apply, go and look for them and make sure that they are part of the program. So I forgot to mention them here. Also to development partners, those are stakeholders, network. I think Tami has given you a presentation, network, get to know about their programs, how they've helped others. We work with them. And the economic blocks, you know, those are states that I think maybe the ministers, you know someone, you can just call them and say, you are the focal person for rules of origin. I don't think I'm being treated fairly here. Can you help me? Can we talk? And that's the matter. So let's go to the next one. So this is strategic intent, which I've spoken about. Now, at a strategic level, managerial level, missions, whatever you want to call it, we are saying we need something that talks about export marketing. So I don't know if maybe those that are here, if I can ask if the business plans that you have, assume you have them, is there a component on this? Because the whole goal of this training that we are having is to make sure that you include it. If you don't include it, then it means the whole exercise is maybe not beneficial to you. And no one is going to get anything out of it, because strategic intent must be written down. That's what we are saying here. So that's what we're going to talk about in terms of planning, the planning processes, the models that you can use. Yeah, I think let's go to the next slide. So we have spoken about the risk of exporting, that if you don't plan properly, you run into a lot of challenges. I think when I was doing the person, I think we went through that. Some of them relates to NTB. We can talk about these markets being available. Free. Remember, there are people that have got interest in those markets. So at times deliberately, at times not deliberate, they will try to frustrate your entry. Ungenise timbahla kulamanye emave ukhanze ukuthi sekufuna ubhadale lapha nalapha nalapha nalapha. Some of these things maybe are not in the agreements, so we call them non-tariff barriers to trade. When you pass through storms, labanye bayenza nje bayendlula. Then you come there, then they start frustrating you. Maybe now you've got a different officer in that person will start frustrating you for whatever reasons. Some of them we know. So these are NTPs that you are going to face because they are going to lead into high cost and maybe delays of your products and probably lead into being the last one, the risk, simple lack of a strategy for export business in itself, it's a problem because you cannot passively, undertake this export business. You need to be active, plan for it, view your plans, look at what you have been able to achieve, cancel what is not working and all of that. So you need to have it included in your planning process. So the next one. So purpose of an export plan, you assemble the facts, constraints, and goals to create an action statement that takes all elements into account. So you have the specific objectives, activities, the time schedules for implementation, and also the fact that you can measure and maybe have some motivation to personnel where you think maybe it is needed. So it's similar business plan that we are doing. I want to assume that the businesses we have, they have business plans, because if it's not written down, then it means it's only known by the MD. The person down doesn't know where this organization is supposed to go and cannot influence, so it's only the owner who started the business. So I think that for me, we're even debating on whether we should have this session, because we want to assume that your business development institutions, they've already done this. They've already worked into it in terms of making you understand the whole process. So the next slide, I'm also going to skip it because we've talked about it. But in the last bullet, the plan represents a commitment to export, because you need to make that commitment. As you have made the commitment that I'm starting a business to sell in this market, this is how I'm going to do it. In a component, see what we business plan. This is my commitment that I'm going to export business. I'm going to go to APA information. We provide you with, like some people will come and say, I want to export beef to Mozambique. And Nombo, so here, she's the one doing it, our moderator. She will quickly go into our trade flow analysis, meaning the data that we get from Eswatini Revenue Services, CLI. Within a day, she's going to show you that, okay, yeah, you're right. People are exporting beef, and the tariffs that we're exporting, Currently, we are at 30 million, depending on what it is. So now it's giving you a peak. Okay, someone is doing it. You can even go to an extent, maybe let me just ask, hey, how are you doing this thing? I also want someone who doesn't have a problem will say, oh yeah, it's doable. In fact, they will tell you that the demand is high, or probably say, why don't you sell to me for now? Because I have many orders that I can't fulfill. So you are now starting, to talk that language of excellence. So depending on how you want to do it, but what just start to look somewhere and look for information. Go to SRA, ask them, so what is this ID that Mr. Mrs. is talking about? They will tell you what it is, registration free of charge and everything. It's your passport, just like when you cross the road to Mozambique. No, it's okay, Mr. Mrs. Okay, watalwanini, ongena, uyohlala kuphi. It's the same thing. But young looks says near the product, that ID or that passport, maybe not an ID, that passport to say, I'll be sitting here and the product will go. It might be product going to the EU, not having an identification. So they need to know what it is. Chili sauces, okay, coming from where? Okay, all right. So to an extent that they will even know the inputs, where chili are grown and all of that, because you would have done that assessment, they will be having it. Okay, no, that is true. One is okay. So the product will go, and so we are saying you need to look into these things and make that commitment to exporting and make sure it's in a plan. Like those bullets emphasize. Let's go to the next one. I'll just try to rush, ladies and gentlemen, because as I said, some of you already from your business development, trainings, I think you have already gone through them. We have done the pastel. So we know the external environment. I think we talked about it, political, economical, sociological, and legal. So that helps you to understand the environment which is external to your business, but you need to look at Porter's 5 forces. Very, very important, which again, I assume you have gone through it. But from an expert point, we need to bring it in as well. Because the people made the first move into export. Believe me, of you, I've been talking to them, here, they know that the market can be locked just like that. The market is now locked because of competition. So the Porter's 5 forces, they help you to better understand competition, especially in the industry that you are in, because you need an appreciation of that. So we are looking at things like you need the threat of new entrants into that industry that you are in, the bargaining power of suppliers that you are working with, how much leverage do they have, in that industry, because that can determine, things like the pricing and all of that. You are running your piggery, you want to buy animal feed, then you find that there are very few suppliers of that. And when there are few, yet the entry costs to that are very high. So then that also frustrates your entrance or the way in which you are able to grow your piggery business, because now the feed is going to be very expensive. So it's not just a competition from the buyer's point of view, but even look at what is happening with your suppliers. So the number and size of suppliers, uniqueness of each product that the supplier supplies you with will all determine the level of their bargaining power. So when we look at the threat of new entrants, like they are saying here, if the barriers to enter to that industry are very, very high, you know, then again you are able to find yourself being protected. I'm just trying to read my notes to make sure that I get it correct, because I don't want to disseminate the wrong information. But those that are in the business can also assist. So you will find that some of the traders already have gained experience because they were born was. They've already gained experience. You are just coming in, you know, into that industry. You are in food processing. Maybe you're making chili sauces. You find that there are a lot of players already, you know, in that industry that you can compete with. So all of these things you need to look into. You know, some people will lose loyalties, but say, but I'm selling beef. Why are they not buying from me? Because the other supplier has now said, if you buy from me, I'm going to give you discount, you know, through this, give you coupon, loyalty and all of that. We know this thing. Important that you understand your competition. The substitute product, you know, it's very important that you look at that. If you are in a coffee business, which obviously has to help me, keep me awake so that I don't sleep now. And now we are charging higher prices. What am I resort to? I'm going to buy now like things like a filling station with my plus or something. That's a substitute I can go to. So understand these things. You are into chili sauces, exporting. What are the alternatives that these customers can go into when the prices are going up? So the bargaining power as well, look into that. It's in pastel, download it. If you don't have it, read it, and then you will what it entails. But don't make the assumption that in export business there is no competition. Yes, it's there. The choices that we are making, that I'm talking about, the gems, someone is making them. In fact, I was surprised to know that someone in this room is now using beans. You know, you see what we are used to, 70s are the normal. So people out there, they are busy. They want to take a share of the market. So you need to understand all of that and make sure that you are up there. Pricing wise, it's going to be a factor. Okay, we are going to give you duty free. So if a garment going to the USA pays 30% duty plus 20% VAT, that's 50%. So we are now looking at your profit margins, your markup. We are saying to you, we take away the 30. So then you play with that. I think Tami was saying the buyers themselves are benefiting. If they are sourcing from Eswatini, it means they are paying less than when sourcing from Asia or Europe, benefiting. But if you don't, even if with that, there are countries that are still able to produce it fast now because of subsidies and all of that their governments are providing. So the competition is high. South Africa, look at what we are doing, and in handicraft, I think we are the leader in Southern Africa. I've noted in most of the trainings, they always refer to, I think, Swift. They've done a good role because they always tell them how we do it because we have done it. But as we tell them, they are looking, and then they start making the products that we are making. So competition. So you need to be aware of that. And then we go to the sweat analysis. Maybe before that, internal analysis, your resources, capabilities, resources and capabilities. Remember, we said a business is a collective of resources, the utilization of which depends on your managerial capacity, your competencies, your capabilities. So again, there are models that you can look into that will tell you, from a competency point of view, where are you as an owner of the organization? These are things that, again, I think we know. So we move to planning. Now the actual plan. Sibeka yona yini bekunene noma ngiyawuthi ngiyayikhulumisa kanzi. Ngozi, can someone maybe come in if sisahamba nayo on one in terms of the competition? I think you wanted to say something. Let's take questions. All right. Okay. Yeah, maybe let's take questions from here and maybe comments.
Thank you, Lord. Thank Baba.
Amen. Amen.
For that wonderful presentation. I beg your pardon. I just wanna mention someone. I know a certain farmer, Tim Kwanazi. He grows coffee along the area. He's got about 8 hectares of land. And I remember at one point in time, he contacted people called Africa Rise. I believe it's an EU finance institution. They came from EU, they came from overseas, Brussels. They came to Elwandle just to see his coffee. He had done some sort of packaging, good packaging, South African standard. He set them down, they drank good coffee. It's even better than the one, this company, Goldbucks, what is it called? Something, Starbucks. Okay. Well, according to the analysis, they said it was even better than Starbucks. So that's coffee from Eswatini. So he went knocking from door to door, went to Ministry of Commerce. EU came all the way, they flew down just to test his product. Export guarantee scheme were called. I'm trying to say that there's quite a lot of SWAS who are doing and being discouraged, Babemnesi. Really being discouraged. He even told me, Mr. Makongo, hey, I'm just now going it alone. That's quite disheartening, I must say. Can we talk around ngaleyo ma issues ngosami Babemnesi ukuthi kanti kwabe sekwendekane na ifama seyikhulisela coffee? I believe he's probably the only one growing coffee in Eswatini, but he's continuing even now. He said he's even sourcing himself some markets in South Africa. And quite frankly, right now he drives a Mercedes Benz, so it means he's doing well. Say he's gone it alone. Applicants, key holders to sort of hold hands with him to show that they are supporting products from Eswatini and push the scale so that he can succeed, so that more other Swazis can probably venture into growing and just going the long way, Babemnisi. I'd just like to make a comment on that. Thank you.
Yeah, no. Thank you very much, Babe Mabongo, for that. I think, colleagues, you can respond. It's a question, it's on the floor. We can respond, but let's have one last question, and then we provide answers.
Siyabonga abemnisi. Yami question mana ngibhale kadzeni bekubhala uyi-interpreta ngeSwati but ngicabanga ngizawuvakala. It's what kind of assistance except from the duty preference can your organization or render in case dispute arise in the course of business between me and the foreign buyer, the legal assistance particular or instrument of arbitration order so that we can reach a common ground or a consensus?
It's a good question. Can I give Umlangeni to maybe respond, and then I'll also come.
Thank you, and I'm happy that the discussion because we also want to blend the learning together with the cases that are being raised. I may not have my direct responses, but I think part of the learning that we all have is just having a good product doesn't mean you can export. Actually, if you looked at that value chain, your good product is only one part of 9 or 10 things that you should do. The product, actually, the issues like Kunyong Puti, the contractual agreements, the way that you structure your logistics, the way that you structure the payment, because Ngingalenkulu export is payment. Wafaka the tindro takho or trucking, dihambile. They cross the border, they go into territory that you probably have not ever been there. The issue is how will you be paid? Part of what we need to be teaching each other, and I'm glad the booklet is here now. The booklet covers all those areas. The cross-border toolkit covers all those areas. The things that you will need to do besides producing a good product. I think that's one of the unfortunate realities that a lot of people find out, because in your case, the person had a good product but didn't have good contacts, didn't have a good system that was in place, didn't have good insight into the coffee market and how the whole coffee commodity exchange, because coffee is, I think it's the highest traded product globally, besides oil, of course. So it's more about what do you do with the product once you have it in the export market. And then I didn't get good, but those are the things that you need to fix before Nisende, because your contract should say which law are you going to use to arbitrate in case of a disagreement. Unfortunately, if you haven't invited government or any entity, now keep a border, they can assist you because you have signed a contract with someone that's binding between the two of you. So international laws and international contracts should define. In any case, you're on the fine print, it's in. When we sign our contract, it does say which law are you going to apply in terms of any dispute, because when you are trading, there is bound to be dispute. And they can $3 product, and that's what's no. For me to sell your product, I have to downgrade it to $250 because your packaging was broken or you delivered late. my initial customer, say how, so I'll need to start scouting around. And that is the purpose of this training. So that singachagi lo ifuna go-explore. And that's the question I had in the beginning when we say finance. Finance for what? Because the whole value chain should be financed. There's production finance, which you will not get from the export guarantee scheme because it's for export. The export guarantee scheme assumes you already have a product that is ready for export. But there are other schemes, I think, which are still in the frame. But those, you get the product from conception to the Yapuma and gets. So export guarantee scheme is at the higher levels, at the apex level. The other schemes that are available locally, the question would be how can we harness local schemes to also support the export scheme? I think the central bank has the export guarantee scheme and the, I think it's the small, yeah, it's something to do with the production factors that you can employ there. So lama process before we even think of thing. I'm not sure I'm responding well to you, Babe Makongo, and my brother there.
Yeah, no. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ngozi. I think that is clear. I think where I can come in maybe on the last question is to say the free trade agreements, they will allow you to access preferences. And that is where government comes in. Because if we're now seeing that our beef is not getting in duty free to the Mozambican market, then government you have to come to us and say what is the problem, and we are also going to ask our counterparts because it's supposed to be coming in duty free, and they are going to say, I'm just making an example, no, it's because that you are exporting. The cow was not born and raised in Eswatini. We have done our traceability. And then you confirm that no, this one was born and raised, because they are going to say, how can you have so much cattle as Eswatini? We think some of what you're selling to us, you are importing it. Because the rules of origin are saying the cattle that you're going to slaughter, ifuna italwe ikhulele la bese ke so yayihlaba. But now bese kuqhamuka kuthiwa yini phakathi kuqhamuka somewhere ungenisa, and then you grow it and then you think you will export. The rules of origin will say no. So government then can come in there and investigate. We've done a lot of investigations for a number of companies that are supposed to benefit from these agreements. But what Lagan is talking about now is between the exporter, yourself, and the buyer. Based on the contracts that he's referring to. So I think maybe I can just add that.
Sorry, Babetnis. Yeah, he did answer very well, Babet Lamini. I'm just getting to wonder, as putting all these products together, we even get them into a ship, containers. That is so much money. I'm trying to understand where then does our government come in? What is the role of embassies? I know the American embassy in Swaziland is looking at things like Bokonko, Coca-Cola. If there's a McDonald's franchise, they are there up front representing Americans in America. Our government ganzusendelani, just like the High Commission yagase Mozambique. We would like to sell with Mozambique. The last time I inquired, they told me government is not too keen with Mozambique. Ngalokzi agawafaki lama revenues whether Mozambique is not in ACU or SADC, I don't know Gutsageko Gupi. So if we trade with South Africa, it's a lot better. Guns, that's for Mozambique, Kuala atochega kona hulmente. So my comment really is to say we've put in so much effort as a Maswati to come up with a product. Next thing, our government agasangena sestojana nangabe product ya Malaysia, for instance. Is our government saying makong tat bonela asangensi nelapo. Yet pelang hulmente legmela bekhona in the forefront to make sure ukuthi nale trade na makongo uyazuza so that makonga atawubhatala ama taxes Eswatini. It's like hulmente ulay back akasangenzawo kukulahlekela utatibonela. What is the work of the embassies, the high commissions? Should they not be doing their role to help Maswati? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sanibonani. Ngitocela baba Mnisi ngiqhamuka ka-ARS Eswatini Revenue Service. Ngitocela kumphendula uma ngizomphendula kahle nikulala kubuta.
Oh, please, yes.
But-ke hulumende uyidlalile inzima lenkulu ekusupporteni ama-exporters ethu labo latawukhuluma ama-products njengoba abekusile ngecoffee. Inhlanhla lembi shemi aske seva ukuthi kunemuntu lokhulisa grower icoffee la Eswatini. But-ke hulumende inzima yecala la idlalile negotiate ukuthi sibe trade agreements alamanye emave. Lokhu kwendela ukuthi lama products ethu nathi nasesiwathengisa la emhlabeni la khona sing part of trade agreement sesithengisa nathi siba competitive. Sikwenda njani ke thina lokho ukuthi iproduct ifike emanye emave ngale ndlela yokusilungiselele yona. Siyamvakashela ARS. ARS utohamba siye emasimini elwandle. Siyawulibona coffee ukuthi nembala liswati leli likhicita coffee. Angisho yena soyidlalile yakakhe iphathi lolo lima coffee. Uwafunile ema customer lena. Kwethu ukuthi sisekelele ukuthi le product yakhe kayifike le EU la sekusukela base EU beta la Eswatini. Coffee lakhe bayendi analysis balibona ukuthi lihle lize lengcala ka Starbucks akasisebenzise thine kakhulu stamelekelela ukuthi iproduct yakho kudzingeke ukuthi imithe nanga nananga ema rules ikhone kufika le EU. We are available Maswati ukuthi sinelekelele.
So animbadalisi lokuthi
cha ke asimdali uyakhuluma gongo asho ukuthi ngilima coffee kunebelungu la sebaqhamukile EU bathi bafuna le coffee lami. Okay, ufuna kunimixe EU nakuphi magongo abale magongo ngifuna kulimikisa kuphi nakuphi shothi woma trade agreements singakelela ukuthi leti impahla yakho eziyongena ka EU ufuna nawendeni singakwelekelela ukuthi tilamanye emave asadak lokufaka iMozambique una wena then asimbhadalisi sidomsi impahla yakhe igcine ehambile. Ngiyabonga.
No, thank you very much. It's part of Makong, the contribution that government can make. I think in other countries, they go even further in terms of new Lama subsidies and all of that. One of them, you are saying to APA, in buyers that I want to bring to Eswatini, we are going to see how we can work with you in terms of bringing in those buyers. For Noma, sithi athathe nje balimi behani 5 is hambe nabo sibamixe Taiwan. We have done in baby vegetables, honey, you know, in poultry, in all of these products, and we find so we can cut now the marketing cost. But I know that some they go even further than that. There is that government is doing, and when we assist to any trade mission, buyers, it's because we mandated and we get resources to do that from government. So people are free to come to us. Obviously, costs since Senita on a one-on-one basis, then Sanita on a sector, beef sector, beef industry, beef and piggery. We are going to look for buyers in Mozambique because we need to leverage on that. On a one-on-one, it becomes difficult because so we need to be exclusive, supporting everyone. I think there was another.
My question, Yami, it's on Lema costs. I think says that part. If I have a product and ngithole buyer lapha product yami ngithengisa, what are the costs kule exporting? I pay tax, I pay what, as a farmer ngidokhona ukuthi product alo $5 at the egcina sengibuya na 5, for example.
No. Utay painful umlangeni.
Cha ngiyabonga. Kwama kusekuphendula ngifuna ukunathela naye amagogo. It's very critical for the country as a Simaswati. We've got the Moses stake. It's a walking distance to reach Mozambique. We've got a delegation. It's come from Rwanda. 50 business people. A big lucrative investment or partnership in terms of business. It's a very, very critical issue. And sicela nje ukuphathisa babe mnisene libandla lakho babe njangasi ukuthi kunala ngathi silekha khona ezeSimaswati. Kuna gas, you've got oil, you've got cement, you've got everything. I say we have issues in terms of the SACCO policies vis-a-vis free trade embargoes signed Simaswati or as Africa is AU. But we have issues, especially on the issue of the embassies, which are trade very in order to make sure to attract a President of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, who sent them a sort for security issues. But after Logokulanzel, put lucrative signing with rupees. Usuka kashane letu. Tinesikuna la. Begnene, we are playing. Itolos lengzi lil pipe la senga, gas pipe, la suka la yesaso. What are we doing as a Maswati? Let us go deeper, engage foreign affairs. As a stole emba, very aggressive. IRC ipa. Sipinze sikulanzelele Maswati ayakutholakala inleti. Kukhulunge ofila from revenue authority. If we're gonna be playing like this, let's go aggregate deep. We've got a lot of, which is a neighboring country, like you're saying, which is 2 hours visiting Mozambique. On a serious note, in order to make this country Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, you can respond. I'm left with, so let's just yeah, I think on the questions, especially on the pricing as well, which I think is part of that document. Yeah, the day to do, what is the topic called? Cross-border toolkit. One will take the pricing, how you do it, you factor in your contracts, and how you make sure that maybe the buyer takes and you shoulder less, in the whole thing. We are going to look into that. It's that document out. So please just note that question. If we don't answer question from that presentation, then we can discuss it. So we have 30 minutes to lunch. I have 3 slides. Any other? I think it's better when we are interactive.
Ngicela ku-branch just a tiny bit into. I'll move on off the 2 gentlemen in terms of the embassies and representations in the countries, outside of Swaziland. Then branch into the field that I'm in, which is art. I'm a painter. As of 2018-19, record holder for the highest auctioned painting within the boundaries of the kingdom. I'm exhibiting in Africa. I'm exhibiting Mozambique. I was couriering some work to the UK yesterday. And because of lack of sometimes cannot see from the departments we belong to, we are not getting the assistance that we hope we could get to connect us with our counterparts, our country. Now, the field of art is a closed off market, like you were mentioning, the markets that are closed off. And we have gotten to a point where in the last, I think, 5 years, finding opportunities where we, with on our own, without the assistance of galleries. Zuma galleries, their investment, they take advantage of my investments. You come in with a product, the contact. So if they have an artist labai pusher for the next 10 years, and as a young and upcoming artist, you are plowing and stealing away from them the money they're getting through this artist they're invested in. As we speak, I have a exhibition running at a law firm, Joburg, in Central, off the freeway opposite Yamaha, for those that know Joburg. I saw a venue from a few years back and decided I'm going to have an exhibition at that venue. Proposal, sent them an email, the idea being a clientele as a law firm. When I came in with that belief, they said, no, we're not giving you our clientele. We're giving you the venue, we're giving you a team to assist everything that is involved, which is your finances that you need, snacks, your this, your that is all on you. Financing myself from the sales I'm making, local, I was able to together an event that before the end of the night, I had the director CEO call me to what you're doing. Show now what we are doing is we are giving this to that database. Now, the Hambas on our own, when we could be getting assistance from our mother bodies. We come in for assistance. Sometimes you submit them proposals that they then steal and they use as their own. They change names, they change every other thing that you have said. This is your own proposal that is stolen by your mother body to push their own agendas over what you're doing as an artist. So if being a connect for that access to these embassies, done work in Mozambique, I've been on how many stages. I've shared the stage with Bohostic, who's painting live while they perform. 2 nights, festivals, Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. I'm the only artist that has ever stood on stage painted at a jazz event. I'm the only artist who's ever painted on the MTN Bushfire stage, the main stage. Lujuful. These are things we are doing, and money that we are making is money that could be even or if we were getting assistance in tax connections that we are getting. So scale up maybe even that way of proper linking. Who are they in their offices occupying positions, but not fully pushing what they're supposed to be representing. And maybe if we can get access to that and find a way of we are represented in Mozambique, let it beginning for us getting access to the whole of Mozambique. If we are represented in South Africa, let the embassy be the beginning stage for us getting access to the whole of South Africa.
So if I may understand, your exhibition, you need a room set up, and then you put your paintings.
Paintings, yes.
And then you invite them to come see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So if the consulate were to have an auditorium or boardroom thing, then you can cover that as well.
I don't even need financing in terms of the material that I need. I will bring my works. If I'm charged a percentage from whatever sales, I'm very happy doing that so that it contributes to the bigger pocket of doing that. On the same week, I launched another Swazi who is in South Africa. The following weekend, my launch, when I came into his exhibition, 2 hours from the launch, he had rolled 800,000 rand.
Anyway, I know the industry. Thank you very much. You know, I was saying that trade in services is an area that we have not really unpacked. He's talking about creating, even if you're an artist, I think we know both sense everyone. You know, that's an industry that you can easily go into, but with the support that I'm talking about. And the things at a ministry level, they've already started, you know, identifying the sectors, and the creative industries is one of them. So the issue then now is how do we then link you with buyers in general? And what you are saying to me is doable. So it's just a matter of all the relevant parties, but one cannot meet because we were different. Even trade fair, I'm sure most of you have noticed. We organize the event, we then do it in such a way they are going to support our local artists. I'm sure many of you have gone to Gospel Sundays, and it's Lapa perform and all of that, because we are saying on top of which then go to them, and so it's part of creating, you know, the platform and leeway for our creative, you know, because yeah, it's an industry that take us into another level. So just need to look into it. So much appreciated. Let me conclude with my slides so that we get to network. I don't know if maybe there was anyone who wanted to react to these questions. Go to slide 23, Mr. Masule. So this is what we are saying you need to incorporate into your business plan. This is now talking to the structure of your plan relating to exports. So part one being the export policy, strategic intent, as I said, that needs to be known by everyone, from top down to the people in the business. In part two, we are talking to an analysis, looking at the environment, the product or service that you want to export, the operation, you know, going down to export licenses, control, you know, all of as I've said, I think you know them from the business plans that you have developed. But then now you have to look at it from an export point of view. You go to part the marketing component where you have to identify the right products that will fit, that market, evaluate, select. And then we go to things like the product selection and pricing, distribution channels, which is very important, and the terms and conditions, which is going to do the cross. That's a document which is very thorough. It gives you all information that you will want. So for you, it's just to take it, put your business, and then see your coffee, and then you follow the steps, and then you'll be able to get the actual price that you can charge for it based on the steps that we're going to share with you. So when we go to the next slide, Mr. Masalela, looking at the ethics steps, the primary target country that we're looking at, marketing, indirect, or what have you, we go to support it. You definitely need to enhance your site. You will need digital marketing, e-commerce, which again tomorrow we're going to touch on of how leverage that. You need to bring in travel to attend outward missions. I think maybe on this one I can emphasize because it's one aspect that we do. In fact, trade fair of you exhibit with other expos basis. The charges that we are charging subsidized so that more people will be able to promote their products. We normally even go to a point where we have pavilions where certain sectors like handicraft will exhibit free of charge because we are trying to cut down your marketing. And then when you now go outside, you go to a trade fair in the UK, and the stand, let's say in square meters, that you will 15,000 at the trade fair, or it's even less than that. When you go now to exhibition in the UK, you are going to pay in excess of 80 for that 9 square meters to showcase, as you were saying, that you just need that place to bring in your paintings and then bring people. And you look at one that will help you to cut. So it's very, very expensive. So where we come in as a bargain, we say, no, don't pay that 80,000. Government is going to pay it. You will need to ship yours. Don't pay for their shipment. Yeah, 30,000 for 15 kg to ship your samples to go and exhibit the papers. Government, and then come in cost. We cannot subsidize everything. We can when by we cannot, I don't mean we don't want. I'm saying because of resources. You then have to see how you spend. And then you're saying, okay, come in maybe with a common meals. Let's look at the flight to the UK, 20,000. So these are the things that we are saying you need to budget for. Accommodation, more than 5 nights, you are going to pay 10,000. There have been instances with the assistance of our development partners where we have even said we are catering. I think some of you that are here, we've taken them to South African Expo, to Botswana, and catered for everything. We've Taiwan, working with our partners. and we have said you don't pay a cent. You bring yourself, you go to exhibition, you know. So, but if that is not happening, we are saying you need to look into this. But some of these things, the cost, if you look, you can get a, if you know what APA is doing, you go to our website, you listen to us, that then you will know that we are partnering with a partner. We are taking leaders to this market, and it is that give incentives. The emphasis is that we need the owner of the product to explain it. That has proven that they are to do it better than being. So that's why I say, look into your plan, have it, and then we go on to implementation schedule, follow operational and management review. We are looking at this, is it working? What is not working? Let's eliminate it. If we cannot come up with an initiative to address that, or maybe for that can help us to make it work. So I think, like in your, I'm looking at saying, once we attack industries and delete F, promote it, because even in Bologna, for instance, or to other countries, they take them to exhibitions to see the latest in to do your music. So that's why I'm saying we do it, or we get into it and start clicking everything because of resources. I think that we need to be mindful of. So we then have to look in our business plan and do an assessment, and then take it from there. Then the last one being a SWOT analysis. Comments. Yes, and Mark, we all know this. You look at your strengths, you look at opportunities, you look at your threats. I think a threat that we had never imagined was COVID-19, because it brought everything to a no movement. So some of these things will just come. As you do your analysis, now you are going to factor it in. What if it happens again? Maybe we can look at boycotts of your products, price stability and currency fluctuations. You know, at some point, the fluctuations in the exchange rates, they work advantage from an export point of view, but not from an import point of view. So you look into all of that. Opportunities being the trade agreement for social media, it is cutting a lot of cost. This thing is now used in terms of your e-commerce, your Amazon, and all of that. So it's going to cut a lot of your cost off. Now you having to go and promote your product in those markets. You just go online, buy Eswatini.com, you market your product. The buyer in the UK is able to see what you're doing. You start your business. So I think these are things that we all know, and I'm not going to dwell much on them. Maybe we can take another round of questions. We have got 10 minutes before lunch. Maybe just record this that are here. Can you emphasize some of these points? Has it worked for you? Doing pastel, the Potter's 5 forces, how is it helping? More especially in the export environment, just to make it practical, because me, I'm being theoretical. I took this from the manual. So now there are people that have done it, and they will tell you that, yeah, this can work, but is what I've had to cross this, and this is how I address that issue. So, question, colleagues, this brings to my presentation. The next slide, Mr. Masilela, is export procedures, which is going to be handled by our colleagues from SRA immediately after lunch. But questions, reactions, kunamage, yeah, yeah.
Ngiyabonga. Ngiyabonga Mnisi ukuthi umenshine indzaba yemakhi ngoba I'm a witness kokuthi silutha nisivumele I don't know how many years.
Yes.
Ninekhi le free lapha.
A trade fair.
Kokuthi singene netindvo tethu sikhanga hamba nasi si ma coordinators alolutha sabona ukuthi sekuleka i-education manje akuya what and what and what sebaguquka ukuthi oh nisilethela sibukene nemahotela kanti umuntu utothe ngizama ukukhombisa nje lokuthi nisinihamba kube kungena nawe ignorance njenga this nje ningangala nje akafake kanti losibite sleep ngiyatibuda mina I remember the meeting was in this hotel ngaphuma lento sukuma phumelele time late trade what how times next time we go to Mozambique samba now ngani usiyabuze comment sokunokuyu uphumala ngiyakutshela khona kakhulu ngayihlekisa le ngoba phela bongozi labona hey this ngoba kuhle bathenga 1 2 3 abuyana kubonga so the issue of education nalokuthi nani funzani phela uhulumende akusiye umuntu.
Thank you very much, Maggie. Thank you. Going to attend the which we also facilitate.
Ngiyabonga bemnisi sengathi ngingimako bemnisi manje kubuka ngoba ngagriculture nefele kunamachala of when business plan agriculture proper what is set kwa together the business plan. In fact nas consultants Africa 24-page business plan the fact on website everything 24 pages analysis so I'm just trying to see scenario problem in Eswatini agriculture in Eswatini, sorry. So I did not sit in a get low was not so literate kuba ngabe sibahlanganisa plan fake it together but concern ngamabisha 20,000 market ayothe abantu kuyini bona bafuna nje $5 or $20 for the cabbage. The deal is sealed. So it's been if consultants from wherever to know ngalama plans if is set kokwendela lang 3, 4, 5 pages akuphelile na agriculture lokunye so kuba nalo hluko bananzida bhange akade ukuthi ulet let's and 24 pages but akubukele bathi so sinetinkinga kakhulu.
No, thank you very much. Intervention. I think I'm cool. Tela ke lama apps ke lo sikufuna phinze kuvalwe. Ordinarily vele you will want a situation where the business plan it's like it's something that you can just buy off the shelf, put it here and make it work for you. My agriculture land insecticide zonke lento nana nje stand ukumahambe ngise uyadeliver yena inkinga. So I think what be the action. I think probably you can assist on this. Manage lole approve akaya that's a huge care.
Umbona ko la ngamametsin anyway ngicela ngiphendule Magongo in your planning if you go to the website www.com there's a component especially export marketing. If you do not have a proper social media presence as business, you do not have a website, a business website, that is different from what you just design yourself. So Guma resources, because of the way COVID has, if you wanted to sell something to the UAE, Pamidin, you would travel. But now there are seminars that are conducted online fully. And we've had buyers meeting suppliers and doing transactions. Millions. But per product. So if you are going to allocate any resources now, Pumala, go out and get a proper person like social media. Get a person fully updated. These are the professionals that concentrate on those one, not access those because marketing is revolving around that. So good mainly because they've discovered it's cheaper to just sit in the States. We have been able to conduct missions fully online, where one buyer is able to meet 25 buyers from across the region. Eswatini, I spend now whatever 3 days lab. So right now, that is very, very important. The first thing present online. If we are going to have to rely on a telephone, which doesn't really work for transacting business. So when you are doing plans now, which is something from 2020 to now in 2022, I think it was done in March. When the interviews that were done with firms that were connected online with the buyers, and the interviews also done with bonke interaction, the physical. Our qualities that are much better is can feel commodities. That we have that is only the last step of the transaction. Discuss, you discuss it online. And then as about say, okay, that's okay, send it 5 or so please make sure you start working on the operations and individual businesses. Your online presence is not compromisable. It's not an if or but. If you are anything.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ngozi.
Sanibonani. Sangibewa ngithamela nje. It's on business plan. Last week I alluded ukuthi the country is lacking on that. I-business plan the logic of my business plan, they are usual target oriented. Business plan leya ebhange ngakhe i-business plan lengifuna kuyoyipitcha ka-EU ma-donors. Futhi ke umuntu lota kwakhe le business plan if you are going to athi lokuthi ayakhe with lo muntu lota ayifunda in mind. Cheating per se is motivated ukuthi i-understand lo muntu lo phethe lo zinto. Usually you find ukuthi ema-institutions anale portfolio la sebenza kuyo mhlambe mina nje sibuke ebali of majority of our farmers, maybe are smallholder farmers. Most of those will come business and maybe later was the bank finco. So you see that already most of outside the South African PEM business plan. So we get a which now the pass now. I can do business plan. Ela we are corner. That's my plan. Village to business plan. I with I no man but can you help me? I'm trying to help someone with this. So I'll get to that the receiving institution will want, then I incorporate in the business plan. But le collaboration I strengthen each other because like the institution you mentioned, maybe manufacturing smallholder business. Meaning we're wrong farming, so we need to collaborate. But it's not necessarily in 24 pages. But I can tell you, 24 pages. And my chances also thinking and put all the meaning grow as the pages span. So you have to keep it target. They always have a checklist because maybe in net or those are that you have to find good must spreadsheet lang 17. Someone will pick number 16 good questions, which you know call spreadsheet number 16. They don't have complete. So let it in all let officer. I know my Sengu short get the sit on. So
No, thank you very much. Siyakule my business plan because nafundisa but njengoba ngisho nje extract from the manual, which will encourage you to go and read in examples you can use that relates to export. So thank you very much for coming in, colleagues, just to clarify aspects, which the end of President I need to numbers or to take forward in terms of where do we go from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have spoken most and have stood the most out of all of us, so I deserve to be acknowledged. Yes, thank you very much for this session. I think has been fruitful for all of us. The interactions are very encouraging. And I've noted just a few things in more information concerning trading imports. Eswatini Trade Portal.com by the Ministry, of course. That information that I think you would find useful. Portal.com. And of course, information as well. Any services after lunch, when we take through market access issues and product development and standards by ESWASA. Right now, I have someone seems to have left their phone of the restrooms. If you are missing a phone, please do see me. I have it with me. But at the time, may I like to break. We will be starting, coming back, but starting the next session at 2, which means around 10 to our review, because I'm sure you lunch and probably not notice the time. So at 2 o'clock, we should be starting the sessions. Bow our heads as we bless the food to receive. Heavenly Father, we give thanks and praise. Praise that we are going to have in Jesus' name. We pray. Meet again, start to you.
I was actually introducing myself. My name is Nelsie Ngumalo, but popularly known as Nelly. I'm from Eswatini Revenue Services, working under the Origin Tariff and Valuation Unit, which is responsible for all our exports to member states, of which we have we are part of any trade agreement. My presentation today will be on the trade agreements that Eswatini is party to, as well as the rules of origin, although we won't be dwelling much into the rules of origin, and also the role of the ARS. So ngitopika bomakele ekugcineni bacele ukuthi nabo bayacela ukuthi bakhulumisele ngeSiswati batoba ne better understanding. So our slide will show us the different types of trade agreements that Eswatini is party to. We have quite a number of them in the next slide. And we are party to the SADC trade protocol, to the COMESA, to the newly implemented AFCFTA, that is the African Continental Free Trade Area. We have an agreement, we are part of the agreement of the EU and the SADC region, as well as the UK, where we are part of SACU, and there's also Mozambique. Then there's the SACU EFTA, the EFTA member states being Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland. We also are part of the SACU Mercosur, the Mercosur countries being Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Then we also have a bilateral agreement with Taiwan, and we also have AGOA. Kusho ukuthi kuwo onke lama trade agreements lawo singakhona singema exporters noma sibakhiciti bala Eswatini ukuthi sikhone ku exporter letinto tethu sitinikise emaveni langema member states alama trade agreements lesengiwashito nasitimikisa letinto leti tethu lesitikhicitela Eswatini titothi natingena kulamavele la part of lama agreements lawo tingabhadali umthelo lokukanye nangabe tiyawubhadala lo mthelo ube at a reduced rate. So it's nil or reduced rates of duties. Next slide. So ngitocala ngikhulumise ngema rules of origin. Kuthi sibhizi sikhuluma ngema rules of origin yini lama rules of origin? Ngesiswati ema rules of origin ngingawabekisa ngithi sibongo nje saneli wakanxumalo kuze atiwe neli ukuthi walakhaya kutawuthiwa wakanxumalo. So in this case lama rules of origin ngilento lesichazela kahle kokuthi le product le kuthiwa yaseswatini. Yaseswatini ngani le product le? It is because yendlule la nala nala. Kunemigomo ke nemithetho lekuleyo naleyo trade agreement leto wenda kokuthi le product lothi seswatini ito meter lawo ma requirements aleyo migomo. So in English, I would say the rules of origin are the rules and regulations that determine the economic nationality of goods in international trade. And we should take note that not where the goods are shipped from, but the originating status is because these goods have qualified by meeting all the requirements, Leo rule of that particular good that is being exported into any of the trade agreements that we have. Next slide. How then do we determine our goods can be of Eswatini or origin? There are different types that I used, or different criteria that I used for the goods to determine if the goods meet the requirements for being exported under preferential treatment into a particular country. The first one being the goods should be wholly obtained from Eswatini. Wholly obtained nglo born and bred ngiyabekisa etilwaneni ufuna silwane inkomo italelwe la Eswatini iphinze ikhuliswe la Eswatini iphinze ihlatshwe la Eswatini. So ngaleyo criteria leyo singasho ukuthi le product lena vele ngekoqobo yaseSwatini. Noma ngilimile emantongomane am la Eswatini ngaphinze ngawavunela la Eswatini. Lenye ke indlela le yenda kokuthi ema products ethu sithi they qualify as Swatini product. Wekokuthi le product ngingayi-importa i-raw material, but ke utofuna bese kuba khona ema processes lengwendako kule raw material khona ito bese seyamitha ema requirements ekokuthi wo le mpahla lena ke so ungasho ukuthi ichamuke eSwatini. You'll add value kule mpahla noma sibuke kokuthi the non-originating material lesetshenzisiwe kwakha le mpahla le ubese wendani kuyo utobese uthola le product yakho yekugcina. Noma-ke kunalele sithi kunema-tariff codes. Ama-tariff codes indlela customs la isebenzisa kokuthi identify the different goods letikhona. Ibhodlela line-tariff code yayo, iglass ine-tariff code yayo. So in this case, ufuna le product isuke from tariff A iye ku-tariff B. Kungabi nje i-tariff code yinye bese uthi wena ukhicitile. So okay, those are the main criteria leswasebenzisako. The goods should be wholly obtained and the goods should be ukuthi ngitohamba ngicuphe emashethe eJozi bese ngithi mina ngiyawahambisa wamikise eMozambique. Sengithi kuyaqualifya leti mpahla ngoba tithengiswe ngimi yiSwati. Akuhambi ke kanjalo in this case. All right. Lawa ngema examples. Ngikhuluma ngema wholly produced goods. What are these wholly produced goods? Like I've said, these are natural products and goods made from natural products, which are entirely obtained from the kingdom. So these could be mineral products, Eswatini. It could be agricultural products that have been harvested in Eswatini. Sitikulsele, satilimela, savuna. It could be animals. Animals lekutawutalelwa la. Ayi ramtutu lengilanze linjwele ngale eSouth Africa ngiyabekisa ngeSouth Africa bese ngithi mina lito qualify as an originating product. No, kufuna leli ntshwele litalelwe la Eswatini. Likhuliswe la Eswatini. Ngiphinze ngilihlabe la Eswatini sekuyinkukhu yami sengayihambisa ke inyama yami ngithi i-product yase Eswatini. Then it could also be scrap and waste material resulting from manufacturing operations within Eswatini. Sinemafem ayakhicita sekusala le insekense yakhona ngingakusebenzisa lawo ma scrap materials ngakhe something nasisebenzisa buciko lobuthiti. So yakhona kokuthi from nayi scrap material nayi sengakhona kwakha kwekuthi mina then bese nako ke kungawamitha i-criteria yekuthi le product sengiyakhona kuyi-exporta ngithi nembala i-product yaseSwatini. Ngichubekele baba. Ngikhulumeke ngathi kuna lo wholly obtained products, then kuna sufficient processed goods. Lawo ngile ngikhulume ngawo ngathi kuba ne-CTH le change in tariff heading. La ngithi you manufacture from a product of a certain tariff heading then into a product of another one. Value addition nakhona on the non-originating material lele ngikuthethe ngaphandle kukhona le nto bese ngiyakwenda khona kuze esiphelele njengoba ngishito ukuthi ngileyo naleyo product kune rule yokuthi nawakha lokhu ufuna wendlule la la nawuthi lokhu utak export out kwaseSwatini ufuna le product ibe yendlule la la. So kufuna sikunake lokho ukuthi angeke ngimane ngiteka ERS ngifike ngithi nginana i-product yami nayi ngifuna kuyimikisa kaCommerce. Utawufike ERS athi asambe siyele efemini nangabe ifem noma asambe siyele kakho ngifuna kufike ngikhanze leti nkomo ngifuna wena kufike ngikubona uyihlamba le nkomo ukuthi oh vele uyakwenta lokho. So ngileto tinfo lesifike sithi siyatinaka ukwelekelela ukuthi uhambise timpahla takho tiye kulamave lamanye sikunakekelani ke lokhu kakhulu. It is because nalala amanye amave nawana bosomabhizinisi bawo nawo banakile kokuthi siyafuna kuthengwe yephi product but leni bantu bafune yaseSwatini. So because of the trade agreements zathi sitawuthengiselana sodwa kufuna nabo babe sure kokuthi vele lokhu ngempela kuchamuka eSwatini. Okay. As much as kukhona ke lokho ukuthi we should produce the goods either by sufficiently processing them or they are wholly produced. Kukhona lele bese siya bese ngithi mina hayi le product lena is product lengiyendile mina ngiyabekisa uhamba uthenga info ngemadrum out of the country afika in Swaziland you package them into smaller bottles loko ngeke sikuvume thina ukuthi this is a product yaseSwatini. What you merely did there is you just changed a packaging from a bigger amount to a smaller amount. A simple mixing of ingredients or assembling of components ucupha amabhayisikili ticucu tonke tiphelele telibhayisikili uyafika wena uyalihlanganisa uthi sengakhe libhayisikili awukakalakhe libhayisikili uhlanganisile wena so akusiyo iproduct yakho. Preservation nakhona it's the same thing uyatika ukuthi emagwava kuzangaboli kufuna ngipreserve uyakubona awukendi lutho ufake nje something ngiyabekisa kupelepele ngifike ngafaka iviniga no that is not your product. I've already mentioned of changing the packaging and breaking it up. Ufuna kumbuta baba? Okay. Then we've got simple operations such as the removal of dust, sifting. Letinto leto nje ngitoshe mletito wenda ukuthi bese ngathi sekuphatha kabanyanyana sithi hayi akukulungeli wena ukuthi uhambise uthenga South Africa bese uyayihlaba so uthweni ufuna kuhambisa inyama yeMozambique ngeke thina sivume. Okay. So ukhiqitikile ke agongo icoffee lakhe la afuna uyalihambisa amagongo ngiyabekisa ulimikisa kaCommerce. Commerce utobona ngani ukuthi le product lena vele yaseSwatini other than lokho ukuthi kupackagewe kubhaliwe lihle packaging yakhe made in Swaziland. Kuba nesitifiketi ke. The certificate is what we call a certificate of origin. Most of my SMEs athi aye etekithi ukuthi bengithi ngimixe eMozambique. Sebathe eMozambique angilethe a certificate of origin. The certificate of origin ngisona skhiya lesitawuvula nange umnyango waseMozambique kokuthi ningambhadalisi lona umthelo angisho. Le certificate utazithola njani ke wena? ERS utothi angahamba ayobuka letinto takho na utikhicita. Abuye ERS apreparishe report isibuke ukuthi hayi ma rules vele cha uyawashaya magongo. Sithi ke magongo uyaqualify nasi certificate sakho. So each and every time magongo nakahambisa iconsignment yakhe iya eMozambique. Listen. Each and every time magongo amikisa consignment yakho eMozambique certificate asisali noma nini wahamba magongo wamikisa eMozambique good certificate timpahla tamagongo titobhadala nakabhadala amagongo sekwenteka neMozambique timpahla tamagongo setidulile angisho lolo thenge kumagongo timpahla takhe setidulile so yayiluza amagongo kanjalo ibusiness. So it is very very important ukuthi ube nesitifiketi. So le certificate awusitholi singakakuvakasheli thina sabona ukuthi vele le product yakho cha i-product yaseSwatini. So each and every trade agreement, SADC unesakhe certificate, COMESA unesakhe certificate, EU, UK, bonke ngiloyo unesakhe certificate lekuvunyelwana ngaso kokuthi sitawuba njena ke certificate se-product leya kulena nalena i-trade agreement. Ngiyabekisa ngeMozambique ngoba ngiyona lecishe itrutani. But lokufuna lokunye lesikufuna sikunake. Within the SACU union, as the exchange my certificates. So now mikisa South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, as kuba bete certificate. Sesingamane sikunike i-general because ukhona certificate general origin. But now hambisa ngako usuke nje ucertify ukuthi yebo le timpahla taseSwatini but kude i-benefit lotoyithola njengekuthi kutowehla umthelo Kona nje kwekuthi it attests to that this product is of Swazi origin. Okay, these are my advantages. Let's just a few. Gogokuthi sibone gogokuthi nangidile ngathi Eswatini Revenue Service aseningibuke ukuthi le product yami le iyaqualifya ngokuthi ingaba ne-status ukuthi i-product yase-Eswatini. Number one, lokumcoka nje kakhulu ngokuthi in the importing member state lo lothengako kuwe Magongo ngeke nakangenisa leli coffee lakhe awubhadala umthelo. That is if kule tariff kuthi devele ngeke abhadale. But nangabe itowehla le mali kusho ukuthi itowehla. I've mentioned ukuthi your product will be competitive kuboza kweni. So nalambanye labakhala coffee nawe soyakhona kumecha le nangizana yambo. Ganjalo nathi phela nasi importer from another member state, maybe raw material. Nathi sesiyakhona ukuthi yethu product lesitoyikhicita la Eswatini sesiyikhicita at a lesser cost. We're boosting industrialization as well as intra-regional trade. Then accumulation with other member states. You can buy a product, let's semi-processed from another country, let's say within the same trade agreement, so you process further to achieve a final product. Okay, so Eswatini Revenue Services, ungenaphi kakhulu la kuma rules of origin. Tsineke hulumende wasicela ukuthi kutoba ngithi labakhona ukuthi sinake ukuthi whatever le nikukhicitako nini kuyawamitha lama rules la specifywe ngileyo naleyo trade agreement. We are also responsible for e-registration yenu uyi-exporter nje. If you want to export your product under preference, we will register you. But kuku register kufuna vele ka SRA ube so wake wa register as a taxpayer. Ngeke sichubeke nawe singakakuceli ukuthi cela uregister as a taxpayer. Then number two, kufuna ube ngumuntu lo khicitako. Noma ke so ungasakhiciti so i-exporter nje, but kufuna ukuthi leli coffee ulithenga kuMagongo lolo lihambisako wena. Magongo simregistile vele ukuthi uyalilingele leli coffee. Wena ke so ungaya uyocupha kuMagongo, Magongo lo tobe sukunika certificate sekukhombisa ukuthi vele wena uthenge kuye, so tabe uyakhona ke kuhamba. But ke lokumcoka kakhulu ukuthi le product yamagongo iyawamitha yini ema rules of origin aleyo market lakhicitela kumikisa kuyo lo hambisa le mpahla. So kuhlukana kangu-2. Ngaba ngiproducer ngiloto khulisa tihonji tabo make njengoba bebasho lapha. Ungaba ngimanufacturer wenda tinto lodlulisa or something, or ucuphile from umuntu lo registered with the SRA ubese uyahambisa. Once you meet all these requirements, it is then issue you with a certificate of origin. You don't even need to come to the ERS. You simply go online, complete our registration form. E-link, it's either you go to the link there, registration of exporter, or you use our website nayo with the same link. Nasil receive athini form lakho automatically utothola message letokutshela ukuthi sesirecieve le form lakho siyak-attend. Sabe sesiyakubhalela noma siyakushayela siyakutshela ukuthi sicela kuvakashela kakho. Uhambe wena uyositshengisa imahoko etihonji takho siwakhanze ematihonji ungasibidi kanti sowuhlabile. Funa sithi khanze etihonji takho uhlabe sibukele sibakho langa lonke sibakho. noma ke usefemini efeminist ofuna kucala ekucaleni ku-raw material dosathu usifake e-storeroom ungisusa storeroom ungifake step 1 ngiyathatha mne lana ngithela la ngiyathatha lana ngithela siyithatha le product kusukela ekucaleni siyophuma nawe ekugcineni sowupakisha sowuthi wena le product lami lena ke seyilungele ukuthengiswa kungenteka kokuthi ngiyabekisa ufuna kuhambisa shukela namile ngeke ngimhlukanise ukuthi lona waseswatini angisho lona wakanawo bese kusinika inkinga because sitawungena ku-system yethu phinde siku-check-e ukuthi uyam-import yini vele shukela awum-import but nangabe kuyenteka import sowutoba netinkinga wena ngoba phela thina ngeke sisakhona kuhlukanisa lo ngilala am-importile lona-ke ngilala atikhiphela yena. So like here, the process. After the verification, we prepare a report. We inform you of the final decision, whether you qualify or you don't qualify. If you qualify, we register you as an exporter and we'll take you through the processes. So it's just that. Guys, ngingathatha imibuzo. Lengakwengeta nje ukuthi nasishela asikubhadalisi siyakuvakashela nje.
Okay, ngiyabonga ngokagama mina Sibongo. Yathi ngeva kwathuma ukuthi ngilok producer lapha mathapha maybe ibhalwe bo made in China but iproducer la kangwane. Ngabe lapho kusuke sekwenteke kanjani noma usekuyindlela ekubamba imarket ngabe ungangichaza chazela ngayo. Kwesithuke angeva kahle ngifuna mina ukuthenga indvangu i-raw material ngakhe le khona yona le ndvangu wena ngiyabonga.
Okay. Kula made in China yathi angathi kusuke kwendekene but sengakaze sahlangabetana nako sakubona so angathi kusuke kwendekene but lengikwatiko ukuthi ngiyaxoxa ngilobita ligama FTM ngiyabekisa enhlangano angalithola customer la South Africa lithi ngicela ungithungele namashirt yakubona angeke FTM athengise angela ikampani yase South Africa but le company yase South Africa ngeke bese ise South Africa impahla region khona no isikhathi lesinyenti itag yato nawutibuka nje impahla usually sibhala ukuthi made in Swaziland but tibe tilapha Truworths lesatilanza from South Africa. Then kule yeliyadi it depends kokuthi uyowakha ini ngaleli yadi njengoba ngishido lishet lakho neshet lami kulele sikubita ngokuthi i-tariff book kune code yayo so ngileyo naleyo code iyasho ukuthi lishet ibhudi nakufanele athi uyalihambisa lichamuka kangwane leli yadi lakhe kufuna libe lichamuka kuphi ngiyabekisa leli yadi lakhe kufuna alendene so kuhle lokusisonzelela then sine stock advisor kokuthi usangakalithenga iliyadi though kokuthi nangabe wena uthi ufuna ukwakha product lethile ngeliyadi utolithatha leli yadi lakho usho sendela kokuthi sibathole ama-custom eMozambique aba-qualify because leli yadi kukhona lekufanele likumithe ngokuze le product ikuthiwe yakhona.
Siyabonga Sisineli. Ngicela kubuta once again Mozambique ufolisha under which category? Ngibutiswa ngaloko ukuthi I know ka Minister of Agriculture ikhona le perception gokuthi doing business with Mozambique ingathi hulumende bese akatholi kahle ma revenues angathi noma Mozambique under SACU noma SADC ngoba it's like government akabenefiti kahle nangabe sitawenda business thina na Mozambique kanti nakung regionally South Africa Lesotho Botswana it's okay ngoba ingathi hulumende khona la benefit ako lapho but wafaka Mozambique angalokhu Mozambique nguphi la angangeni khona so that hulumende atawu benefit kuma taxes latside. I know nje ukuthi khona leyo notion leyo angathi noma you are aware of it ukuthi nasithengisela na Mozambique hulumende akajabuli kahle kokuthi uyalahlekelwa somehow kanti thina sibuka ukuthi imarket nali la Mozambique eMozambique bashaya ngema tornado nanani njalo liyana kuhambe wonke umkhiqido wabo. So angathi nje bengifuna nje umbuto wami wecala wesibili I know guys PTC ngathi ngiyocela ukwenda licingo for icompany yami bathi ke ngifake i-tin number tin I'm sure yayathi tin ngaba bathe mina ngibheka le uyathi bekungcono ukuthi ngititele nje ngingimagongo ligama lami wafaka inkampani automatically le system ya SPTC ifuna ufake i-tin uwabathe ngisenga register bo ka ERS basike bona ngeke ke ulithole licingo ngaloko angani noma kwenta nini ERS I'm sure you're aware of what I'm talking about now incumbent khona nje inkampani yami lenga ngayiregister Superior Group uboyibuka nje na ufika em17 solo yahlala every year ngithumela la ecingweni lami ukuthi nginikonede ama taxes one time bake bathi ngikonede 20,000 ngathi uthi bayathi ukuthi angitholanga nale loan yecala nina in your mind you are thinking Magongo is doing well in the car rental business yet angitholanga nale loan nga decline and that's been 5 years ago but in your system kwala bami labangalandzeleli lokuthi bayabuka ukuthi Magongo vele unato yini le moto tekurentisa lo Eswatini bank nje akashongo lutho nje kwa decline nje konke akukho but nina ku system njalo nathi kuthi nginikoneda 20,000 every year ngiyabonga.
Oh, okay. Ngeke ngiyiphendule kabanti le ma taxes because ERS uhlukahlukene kuna domestic taxes kuna customs mina ngichamuka ka customs but lengikwatiko is siyacela ukuthi ithini ube nayo then two kule ngingakuphendula nje generally kule issue yema taxes ku system yethu ungena because you are registered. So it's the onus is on you because notify ERS ukuthi ngisengakaqali kusebenza uyabona ngeke ERS athi ukuthi wena ukaqali kusebenza angakatshelwa nguwe then kule yecala boyikhulumile le yahulumende ekutheni akasimnanzi nithengiselane naMozambique angicabangi ukuthi kuliciniso angathi but angicabangi kuliciniso tinyenti tindlela le export langakha ngayo imali for the country angisho wena na uthengise eMozambique kunemali takangwane ukhona ERS utawubhadala umthelo uyabona ukuthi sola imali yangena so ngicabanga kanjalo but kunathuli maybe ukhona lafuna kuku-add.
Maybe kwekugcina nje salovele ngihamba make Nkosi yami ukhuluma ngeke uthi okay Magongo abota kithi babemkhatsha lo welcoffee sita khona kumsita lo sito ngiluphi specifically is it money noma ndamnik transport nje what is it specifically I just want to know that now to abota kithi sitamsita ngiphe kuvalelo mina La le mali inibambambamba ngiba ngifuna kumatisa nalomkhatsho.
No, ngenhlanhla ngibaba wami. But ke ngicabanga ukuthi thina lusito lesingamsita ngalo. Like ngikutshelile, ngive ukhuluma ngekuthi kwaqhamuka baka EU. Beta kuye ba conduct whatever analysis they did. But thina ke lesito msita ngayo. Angeke sihambe siyomfunela ema customer ka EU. No. Yena utota kithi athi sengithole nama customer ka EU. Ngifuna kuhambisa leti impahla kuze ka EU dinga ubhadali umthelo. Ningisita ngani Revenue Authority ngilapho thina la sinomsita khona. Yes baba.
Siyabonga makeneli. Cela kubuta nangwama ngabe Nkosi yami uta understandeka yini ngoba usakakile nje but asita lapha. Ngicela kubuta ke mina ukuthi can the certificate of origin be able to redeem you from a liability in case of a defect product in other world markets like the EU, so that you are able to shift the transfer the liability to the original producer. Enough in le certificate ukuthi asengibekise nje kubo EU esikhathini lesemuva i-producer bebayi determine ngathi lo muntu lo lethe le product wayingenisa kule EU market ngiyokuthiwa it's the producer. So asengithi ngibrande i-product yemuntu then sengiyayifaka e-EU sekuyendeka iba ne-defect bafuna ukungiclaim ngakhona producer le certificate of origin in kuze ngidobalekele liability.
No. The certificate of origin, you can't use it to redeem a certain liability. But yona, yegu attest ukuthi this product is of Eswatini. I'll tell you why. Iyo ngiyabekisa ufuna kungenisa emazambane. If it's not from a member state, la bane agreement nayo. Lelizambane ngiyabekisa litawuthela 30 rand. Ganzi naseliqhamuka Eswatini labane agreement nabo ukuthi Eswatini nawuthengisela izambane kithi ngeke sewubhadalise umthelo. So le certificate sekukhombisa EU ukuthi ungangabadi the product lena vele iqhamuka Eswatini.
Ayisiko enough ukuthi ngayibalekele liability.
No.
Okay, ngiyabonga, thank you ma'am.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Tulsi Leslongonyane, coming from Eswatini Revenue Authority. Okay, Beng Pagamsile, because I wanted to respond to some of the questions that were raised by Mr. Makongo, but Nelly upembulile, and apologies for our communication colleague Lobegatite Udoguda, because one issue Makongo raisile the issue ekwekuthi urezekele i-debt ka ERS for a company that has not started maybe performing. So Begatite our colleague utokhulumisa indzaba yokuthi you can visit our office kulamalanga kunalasi simemetelo lesakhokhwa Minister of Finance kuthi na unesikwenede kulamalanga ungabuya sitokhulumisana nawe sibuke indlela lesingakusita ngato as a service authority kulamalanga siyanisita siyanikhuthata kuthi nisivakashele e-office. Kulo lokunye ngicabanga ukuthi my colleague respondile. Thank you so much.
Siyabonga sisi ngicela kubuta ikakhulu kulomkhakha walaba bemsebenzi etanda i-handcraft. Thina sisebenza ngesigodo.
Esigodvo.
Yes, ngesigodo sakha i-art. Ngiya-exporta nje ngi-exportela e-South Africa but sengifuna kuba abroad. Ngiye ngishiya kutilando because lela ngisupplya khona ngisupplyela tinkampani letinkulu. Letinto sonke isikhathi tiyangishiya. Last week nje bengimikise i-crocodile lebe iya eCanada. Nangifika ngafike ngakhanza labelungu bangekho ngakhanda ithi 70. Lo mlungu wala kubhadala 3.5. Whereas land holele kayimixa khona bathi ibhadele 25,000. La South Africa yakubona. So sekufuneka ukuthi mina ngilwele ku eliminator le mediator because I'm remaining poor whereas bona baya benefita kanti basuka la celeni kwethu. So ngifuna ukubuta lokho ukuthi singibe umsebenzi wetandla yakhona yini lokho laya kuthathe 2 years kanti customer sengilitholile lelifuna letinto kuze kufail naleli order.
Okay. Ngiyabonga baba. Mina personal ngikona ngikufisile kakhulu ngento yami ngokuthi eMaswati asizame ku-eliminator nangumuntu lo lamkhathini lo mikisa abroad. Bothami nje enambod bebabuthi neenu bathanathi yenu babuthe emathanga enu alinywe ngini soyahambisa nambod uyowakha imali wena ukubhadala 50 rand lisaka yena lena ulithengisa ngamalini uyakubona. So asizame ukukhweshisa nambod hlangane thine sihambise le maveji ethu niyabona. Mina isifiso sami ngokuthi ngidosendisa igama lelibi inhlithiyo lembi siyibeke ecathini sesihlangane yemngami ngineli order inkukhu ting 200 noma le handcraft yami ng 200 mina ngina 50 letha 50 letha 100 nise nale ma costs ekuhambisa angisho atoba ngconywana nasesihlangene seyibuya imali ngeli-euro angisho sesithola imali thina uyabona kanithami inyalo wakhela euro yena utakunika irandi wena sesisale ephuyeni uyabona. So welcome back bakhona laba kwendako siyabanaka. A promise to you is sikurejistile within 7 days uyakhona nangabe uyaqualify but kule field yakho ye handcraft 100% uyaqualify.
Okay, i-question yami ekuqala, I think part of it soyiphendulile because i-concern yami bekungukuthi nangabe nithi nitakimi nifuna ukungibona ngisayoyihlaba le nkomo yami for example ngikhani nenda
beef
no nenda nina i-report yenu before ning approve mina seningibukile ngayihlaba seyihleli laphayana. How long does it take for nina ukuthi niyibuke ngiyihlaba ning approve kuze itohamba phela ingaze ngonakalele, you know what I mean? And then the other question lenginayo, it's the certificate. Ngokunguthi njengoba uthi every shipment ifanele ihambe ne-certificate. Le certificate is valid per shipment noma nginaso ngende ma copies la tawuhamba singaze singilahlekelele. How does that work?
Okay. A promise to you is within 7 days you'll be registered. But there are exceptional cases. Uthi wena Nelly uyati le nyama yami ifuna ibe ihamba maybe today is a Tuesday, on Friday. I can assure you if you qualify sitabe sikuncedzile thine sikunikile certificate takho. Then coming to the point certificate. Le certificate is as per a declaration. Labo labake bagcwalisa SAD 500 ka SRA utong understand ngonywana. Whatever lokula kule declaration ngilolo tokufaka la certificate. Uma le declaration yakho ithi uhambisa a ton of beef. Nala certificate utobhala uthi ngihambisa a ton of beef. Uyabona? So thina sitakunika umbhukuthi wakho mahala unaki wale certificate. So wena nje lokwendako nawufika egedeni na certificate sam na declaration yami uyagcoba SRA uyahamba awudzingi ukuthi ezulwini HQ noma ngangiliphi iligede lotohambisa kuyi product yakho utawufike usedakale khona bakugcobele certificate sakho sihambe.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Angi nangilota kuphendulela kaNampoti. Wangicosha kadze. Wangicoshela lo kusho. Okay, bengifuna kubuya I think even the last question so that singati confused le tinto.
Again. Sorry.
to understand.
Nasibhekene Ntoni?
Who is certification? Good certification, again, we have two schemes. We have what we call management system certification. Under management system certification, we are not certifying your product. HACCP, hazard analysis and critical control points, or information and records management, sustainability, energy efficiency. These are the standards. Let's see, basically, the process and systems-based certification. Ungeke uthi mawucertify ngalama standards lawa lafana bo ISO 9000, ISO 14001 bese ufaka kule mpahla lo producer. Noma ubhalela ngemuva ku-overall yemsebenzi yakho ukuthi ISO 9001 certified organization. Siyabopha singiswasa because it's false marketing. We will make people believe use that to your promotional material, calendar yako, your pamphlets and stuff like that to demonstrate to your consumers you are certified by SWASA for a management system certification. And then we have what we call a product certification. Under product certification, we are saying, in addition to the process of coming up with the product itself meets a specification in the form of a product standard. Standard say luchu, standard say booklet water, standard say honey, le processed, standard say honey le raw, standard is Vaseline babu halboma, standard is liquid, stay soft. As stay soft, like so sell kamala product. I'm new moons water abortion. Mtambe kusiwa household. What's in cleaner or general purpose, whatever. But let's avoid using a Vaseline kamala product and stuff like that. So okay, labos it's the product our meter. Ama requirements are the standard. Say goba stembu. Lapo go ungai goba ke le magi. Yaswasa lesta ibona later on the product itself. And then by so doing, people are confident, they trust the product. Interested what testify or attest that the product le our meter and requirements are standard. What global power like and then again, we do testing. In-house capacity we do have. My laboratories, sanitizer because this is one product listening thinking recently whereby level alcohol percentage hand sanitizers ingabe ngephansi kwa 60%, but lemhlolo lebenfuthwa ngayo la tolo bo 0.1 lebenfuthwa ngayo la tolo. So yeah, we do those tests. Particularly small pits unfortunately because we are not a regulator. But nagafigile NTMA, nagafigile Competition Commission, nagafigile baga health, labangibona ma regulator baze swasa sibona na test and test that in sibanikete ngibola babopha kwa small pits. So we do that. And then we do calibration. Kwanyalo sisenda imass. Calibration basically sikhuluma ngokuthi nangithi ngikala info eskalini. Lesikali lesikubhalako kungiko yini. So ukuthi ke silungisana ngeke ngisho siyalungisa ngoba technique but is to basically manage a precision instruments so that during the production cycle now usukalela iswayelo yolifaka esingweni noma whatever lo yokufaka kuphi the quantities angilangiwe so that angenoshintsha over time because ilivosi lakho namhlanje yababa kusasa sweet because ngilesikali sakho lesine error. So thina sislawo precision instrument, the reading that you read must be what it is. So that's what we talk about as calibration. So what saying is standard they are not for free. They come at a cost, and the number of pages determines the price of the standard. We'll probably be preparing a question about how much a page, so many page document standard will cost you, and she will be responsible for the answers. And then again, we do standards-based training. Today is just sensitization. When we are training you about the implementation of a standard, we need you for a minimum of a week at a fee of 4,500 Rand per person. So okay, we were talking good to probably my partners like maybe they can fund because you need this training. And then if you are more interested in implementing as well as auditing, it means that you need a unfortunately, we can't do it for free. But you can negotiate for MSMEs, partners, good maybe organize and maybe we can discount it in so way and so way. There's an organization in the world through which most national standards bodies were established, the World Trade Organization. So we notify them or they inquire. Everyone else in the world, rules of origin, if I want to export to Swaziland, what technical regulations exist in Eswatini so that I can be able to meet them. So see notify well WTO gets in a good landscape 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that because global market has been liberalized. In as much as but in essence, free trade for all in the global stage. So my technical barriers to trade is one hindrance. So we go send the notifications in a sense. Information and. So I think I have about just 4 questions. But do we consider this country, or you can take it to your organization, do you consider your organization to be competitive where you are and where we are as a country? Are we competitive? Kube sinel hour no more mhlambe besithatha sesiyikhulumiseni lenzaba kancane but ke ngithe leso sikhathi. And the next question is ukhompyutha nabani wena la ukhona khona thina silive sikhompyutha nabani. And you know it's important ukuthi lawo ma question lawo sihle sihlala phansi siwabuka. You may think it's competing in Mozambique, it's competing nabani, but only to find out ukuthi we're competing even nabo Brazil for the local market lela ikhaya. Itake itawusuka eBrazil itolenda la kangwane ifika iship ekunenkukhu lo iproduce la kangwane. So you understand ukuthi ukhompyutha kabuhlungu kanjani. So ufuna ukunderstand lokuthi ufaphi ungaphilaphi and yini lokungakwenda ukuthi uphile. And then ke bese sesophinza ukuthi buta lomunye umbuto lothi bendani lokuthi batawuthi sayihambe ngemkhumbi 3 months or 2 months shipping and figure ifike ibe cheap though. Bendani and stuff like that. Ufuna ukunderstand lokho uma ngabe ufuna kudlala lela nithi nifuna kuyodlala khona. And what are they going to do next? As wena nje nyalo bakubona ukuthi uyavuka emacanzeni ufuna kungena ku international market. They will shift the goalpost. And wena ufuna wathi lo sibata wendani kulesikhathi lesitako. Uma ungangathi tsheli lokho sitawubona esikhathini lesitako la ukuthi with reference to bantu labasebenzisa i-internet imcokwa but i-percentage yala kangwane lesebenzisa i-internet ikuphi? Uyabona sitakubona. So ke indzaba lenkulu bekulele ukuthi kunana stage nasi. Le stage lesi sawo wonke umuntu la emhlabeni. Kuyakhompyuthwa and kuzodlala kule stage lesi lethi ngikhulunywa ngato namhlalana ngito letakufaka ukuthi udlala kule stage lesi. And ungati limit only to the markets where Eswatini has mhlambe agreements. The stage is so wide. Stadisha ukuthi ucapable kokwendani bakudzingapi. The biggest market today in the world is China. For something I won't mention here. You can see me nas Pumaland doctor. That's bafuna neshai. I think there's one thing in common with a number of people. Laba so much business. Let's short down about the Maswati. Inzaba leba focus. I think kufanele ukuthi sitibuke ke thina lana utawukhanza ukuthi ufuna kwenda green card, ufuna kwenda lokho, ufuna kwenda lokho. You see, but if you try to do a lot of things, you are highly likely not to win or succeed. But if you focus on in 1 or 2 high impact, you know, products or services that you can focus on when an individual, you are likely to succeed. And then bese uyaplanner ukuthi utawenda njani, bese uyakudeliver, bese uyayiprotect imarket yakho. I think this is the basics. Bangakhuluma kangcono la bende tindzaba the competition. If we look at the World Competitiveness Index, ngicabanga ukuthi imcokwa This is some of the conversations that finance man now, logo sabana bos partnership mane baphela singakakhulumisi lenzaba. There is an index lesetshenziswa kolamhlabeni where they rank the countries of the world baphume in a top 164 of that list using a number of factors which are mainly economic performance yale live, government efficiency, business efficiency. Lethi talento lefanele sikhulumise nasikhulumisa ukuthi sitawukhona exporter lokuthi le efficiency tawukhona the price yakho le so shiphile wena konke ifike ibe competitive because i-production system yakho bekingilele khona ukuthi i-eliminate ama-waste nawo le ngidawufisa ukuthi siwabone because kumtoko lothi sikhulumise le nto le bese ke sekuba indzaba ka-infrastructure. We are not doing bad as a country, I must say, but what is important is that it's a race. 164 is a cut-off point, and umasbuga level leader kunyalo kule rank is Switzerland. Ilandzelwa Sweden, Denmark, Netherlands. Siyawabeka yahamba top 10, top 20 yakhona njele. Shothi nje number 20 New Zealand. Now uya kulaba ngepass kwalaba ukhanza ukuthi kunabo ku bottom 20 kunemava yavela and surprisingly Botswana, our neighbor, is also there. Number 60 Botswana, and South Africa number 61 just below Botswana. And the kutshela lokhu possible if a country like Botswana can feature in this top 164 and the afika lo nyaka. It's the first time bangena base Botswana as ubona ukuthi bebangekho previous year bangena kwekuqala bafike bayoma position 60. Past kwabo kuna over from 164 minus 60. You do the maths. But bakhona and now ubuka ukuthi we were once there in 2014 as a country sasing number Eswatini nang beseng Swaziland sing number 122 in 2014 and we disappeared from this list. So it's something, let's say, what happened really? And it's a question because kubuyela kwethu la ngiko lokutawenda letinto ukuthi tibe simple tibe possible tonke lesinotikhulumisa namuhla sikhona ukuthi ama products and ama services ethu because government will be efficient or businesses will be efficient, infrastructure scenario and into letinengi statibuyisa as men. So ke nase singenela further lenzaba le sikhanza kokuthi of the countries la letulu kule top 10 na kule top 20 siyawabuka ukuthi how many ISO certifications do they have? Usikhanza ukuthi bahambe embili ngalama ISO certification but not in the order in which they appear on the list but cishe bonke baya featureisha ku top 30 yamave la implementa ema standards emhlabeni. Then lokho kusho ukuthi kukhona in statistics strong positive correlation nebudlelwane tsite lobuya nganhlanye kuma standards nekuthi ukhona kuba competitive. And ke sasibuka ke top 10 exporters emhlabeni ngoba sine warehouse export sikhanza ukuthi balidwa yiChina. It has the highest number of these ISO certifications. China is known for Hong Kong. China will produce for you what you want. I'm telling you the truth. That is why, because most organizations in the world want cheap labor. Apple is designed in California, assembled in China. And Apple is probably one of the best gadgets. And it's hard because it's complicated, not because it's expensive. But it's made in China, but designed elsewhere. But balegela, it's only China without tola gong. Tola ngobumake banabo Versace bags la balaba inkumbi zabane wonke umuntu so afford Versace klamala. So you can see there is a Versace for that one and a Versace for that one. So it's telling us ukuthi equality is one of the keys to competitiveness. Nasibuka le tinombolo lesibuka ngole. We go further, we look at the new economies. Ngicabanga ukuthi bathi the GDP of emerging and developing economies accounted for 20% of world GDP in 2000. Ending at 2015, they got 39%. Developing economies, each GDP yawo account for this percentage of world GDP. Lokutshela ukuthi iyakhula. Ufuna ukuthi wena ke ulive utibute ukuthi of this, what is your contribution? And going further, but developing countries are set to account for nearly 60% of world GDP by 2030. When danina lo wena kuthi nawe ube ne share yaloko. This is a step towards that direction. But ke khulumisa egcine ukuthi what are the next steps and how do we get there? Bakhulumisa indaba lethi the size of the global middle class increased from 1.8 billion in 2009 to 2.5 billion people in 2017. But I think lokumqokwa ukuthi population in bantu labanengi base Asia. So if you want to win, in as much as isite mhlawumbe budlelwane lobuthite, angicabanga ukuthi the Asian countries but that is the future market of the world, Asia. Developing countries will account for 2/3 of world trade in 2050. And I think the list is endless. But as of April this year, 5 billion internet users worldwide, which is 63% of the global population. Bantu baku internet. Then we have got 205 internet users in Eswatini. Almost the whole bunch baku social media. Utayithola njalo at market la ku social media. You are in the wrong space probably. By market and social media, but 80% of the time when so kumcoka lokho. And this is a big problem for our economy as a city. I think as having provoked you up to this far, but again, there are limited means of creating wealth for any country, for any region. And those means farming, mining, or processing of natural resources, and manufacturing. And they're using your brains to do this more efficiently and effectively. Lama shopping malls, this is not creating any wealth for this country, unfortunately. The manufacturing industry is in decline, Lavin. Labanye laba pose babe bonzanga yetna nabatsala kunasi but awukhumbula sikwa kwabane ngaphandle kuthiwa bosalora. Bebakalteki it's why not star. It was good quality well taken. Na besithi nasilifuna sathi usifune siyelisekwaneni because batasitsengela ekhaya. Nawe yalisekwaneni awulithola. We used to have bosalora, bosiganye. Salora was making televisions. Kube namhla sikhulunywa ukuthi na television le sikontrolela ngayo lapha yakhiwela kangwana. But those things kwendekani we don't know. But awuhamba bosomabhizinisi even because emathuba kasiwo la mahle economically, socio-cultural as well as political. The conditions at the little manufacturing base lesinayo. If it's not a nature issue, leave it. So it's a graph I think what is important for us, in as much as industry in terms of distribution across economic sectors. Kune agriculture, kune industry, kune services. The industry that's over the past few years, 10 years, from 2010 to 2020, industry is in decline, nasikubona lo. And it must ring some certain bells at ingqondweni. I-GDP growth rate yelive lel from 1971 to 2020 sesifike ku-ground zero. And lokhu kufanele ukuthi le mlilo lesiyibasa namuhla ye-export ngiyo le leta wena sile graph lena inyuke ibuyele lela kufanele sube khona khona. So ke what's the agency if I were to put it that way? Look, senda sigijime kangaka ngalendzaba lesitengayo namhla la. I think le level elingeke liphile ngale tinombolo esibona yona ngala graph lesiwabonako and remain competitive. And the quality of life yemaswati it'll improve once this country is competitive, because nasibonile la marvel like top 20, like top 40, la kule list ya 163. The quality of life is good in those countries. Switzerland, we all want to go to Switzerland, right? Remember Eswatini in the 1990s, just to give you a good example. Life was good. Am I lying? Life was good in the 1990s. It was not as bad as it is today. Some of you can attest to that fact. Poor quality of life will lead to instability, unfortunately. Some of us are living around Matapa area. Kaya Wamloya. Sabulale Masim Salimana with my pet seat. So we have this Klamalanga about recycling logo quick flow valves go giza. You're buying a valve every 2 weeks. And the only solution is to beg giza the material. Man is over work. You see, so quality of life is such a step of now what to got and more was she has Kia Masiam 17 no Mosekaya 6 Kia Pasalich. Laborating 90 life was good. Yes, Pasalich, just Kia la Pigu Vulungere Udle. Nyalo master 100 when they were in and stuff like that. So these are the things. And my economic booms. We've missed most of the few past, and we're likely to miss the next economic boom as a country if things remain as they are today. So, okay, what will happen next? Atawuhamba bomakongo. Bayathola emafama eZimbabwe. Kuhambe bonke labantu abanama ideas ekusebenta netinto. And then ke gcine bonke naba labathe thina sesimele 60. Ngesakhona kamaze simele 60 sithi retire, and then ke lapho kuyabathi nabafika emsebenzini indaba bamele silishone nabafika nje babuka liwashi lishona nini, and the productivity ke unfortunately iba incane. Then that will lead to an economic crisis ke mhlambe sesivele sikiyo. And then ke kufanele bese siyahlangana njengoba sihlangana namhla ukuthi ke siphuma kanjani kule sinza betchat le. Ngithi ke mina asikhumbuleni na titinto letisetshenziswako kule global competitiveness index sesilive sisebenzise, and last feature isha khona thina singiswasa in as much as sigena kito tonke ngoba there is a standard for everything, but namuhla sikhuluma nebantu naba, we need to improve business efficiency. There's a standard for everything. Yes, even governance, even nyalo standard ISO 37000 corporate governance. Besati King report and so last December last year the standard lesson it's available. Corporate governance is important even for you, especially because then my business and the manager a lot is wanting. So okay, nalama top 10 exporters is equal by equality. So we're closing in now, coming closer to a quality standards. There were big news in the 1970s, Banbabo 1970s, Batawati, and the 80s. But nowadays, you must balance the scale. Things are about cost, things are about efficiency, and. And again, last corner namuhla. Ukanza lokuthi ndamkhumbula Harry Potter. Asengithi Harry Potter, Potter lo wekubhala tincwadzi. One of his books njengenale ekhulumisa ukuthi ke the competitive advantage of nations. Wakhuluma ukuthi we are competing in the global market stage for our fair share of the world market. That's what but that is what it is. So international trade or international markets is basically nothing but trade between countries and economic blocks. So with specific reference to standards, kunema technical requirements like technical barriers to trade at the World Trade Organization. And as a result, some countries can use standards as barriers to trade. For your product to enter our market, it must meet standard XYZ, or else throw it elsewhere. So standards therefore can be used as competing tools by virtue of that reality. So kutsema standards adzingeka noma ngadzingeki, it's not a question to be answered. It's a big yes. You can't survive, you can't do anything without my standards. You might as well forget if you are not going to involve or make use of standards in it. So I think namuhla businesses uva abantu bakhuluma nga-ISO, bakhuluma ngabo Kaizen, bakhuluma ngabo Lean Six Sigma, A3 problem solving. La uyakhona nje nguloyo uthi afika kutshele kunanaku lokungakusida, kunanaku lokungakusida. As a result, ukhanza sema-organizations asakudilema ke nyala ukuthi sithatha kuphi kule tinto le. These are different tools that were developed in the past. ISO la kube kudevelopa indvodza yinye nje njengoba bathi ngikaizen nje lo igama layo possible ukuthi ngikaizen. Bo Lean Six Sigma naso school of thought lesaqhamuka naso na usibuka besitarget indzaba letawuthi nanikhumbula katseni 6 bethini 5 parts per million lobe ku acceptable defects in a production line. Kunywa ke ngema huge assembly lines lapho kuthi na kwakhiwe ama parts eToyota ngiyabekisa ukuthi kwakhiwe ama Huta. In a million, you were only allowed 5 flat defective. So that was some kind of strict approach, Japanese in actual fact, and. But ISO come get a consensus-based approach to doing things because kuhlangana ba regulator bakhe lama standards ISO bese ke sokuphuma ke international best practice. So ke uyibona ngani ngapha ukuthi I dilemma ubona I think you can associate with your organization ukuthi ukuphi wena la kuyabangwa kuthiwa lokhu sekwale department lena ngisasikwa le department eya lokhu kunjena and stuff like that ukukhanza sekugcinwa konke kugcina kungakasidi umuntu. So ke I think uthi ke Henry Ford, the more a product is in the production line and the more it is being moved about, the higher is its ultimate price. Lokusho ukuthi wena lokufanele ukulwele la ukhona khona as a producer your products. Make sure ukuthi i-cycle time yakho is as short as possible. From the time uqala to the time upackage. Try and value stream that process, and the standards will help you achieve that. Because product yako itawudula. And then we are identifying 3 types of activities in everything that we do as individuals, as organizations. Understanding now. There is waste, non-value adding work. Standards can assist you with identify a waste. There is also what we call value added activity, that which is required. And then there's what we call incidental work. Incidental, as if seeing we add the value, but we are thinking so the objective here to sonke lasiphuma lana namuhla is to identify and eliminate waste kuma processes ethu. Identify and enhance value add, and then try and minimize the incidental work. That is our objective, basically. Nasphumala. Lokwenda these 3 things, but the process value streaming, it will help you become efficient. Doing this will help you become efficient in what you are doing. So Since they identify and eliminate waste, there are 7 deadly wastes in almost all organizations, large and small. And the Japanese and the acronym, but in Team Wood for ease of remembering. 7 deadly wastes, transportation. When you send an email, you're transporting information, right? And when that information gets to the other end, it gets ingafundwa. It is in waiting. You get that? That information is waiting because you are expecting a response. So you are now waiting for your boss to respond. And as you are moving the mouse, that is motion. As you nowadays in my offices, you can go to a central printing system where we are all encouraged to go and take paper from the printer and back and these are some of the things as finestable. Are they adding value and then overproduction? Ukanza guti ufika efileni. Actually, I can say that is inventory. Ufika efileni lemphathi ukanza in tray. Atangibonzi basekhona naba pastor. Ukanza in tray pose inthaba. I-out tray ayinalutho. Because let into timile le ndoda kumele sisetshenzwe le tinto bamile nalabo bantu ngale and stuff like that. So you can relate these types of waste, but then 7 lama types of waste that you need to identify. These are in relation to e-service, as you can see, but they also work in relation to the production of a product. Keeping a lot of inventory. Uhambe uqupha lapha emashayineni le tinto losebenza ngato nawe ngentale nsipho uqupha temnyaka wonke. Kodwa ukhichita libhokisi linye ngeliviki. Lokho sokuthi wena ukhungele imali lapha e-storeroom. Lengabe yenta letinye tinto kuyasuka kufika umlilo ulahleka 10,000 uyasha nje in the form of raw material. So those are the things that fanele sintibuke ungakhungela imali lena kanti uyaphuma kusasa kwanje seyiyadzingeka and stuff like that. And then the 8th waste le deadly ungasebenzisi bantu utitshele ukuthi wena ngoba le business yakho nguwe wedwa lo wathi konke. Nabasi banginikete ama-ideas bantu ungabathathi and stuff like that. You waste leyo ukuthi umuntu akunika idea ungayithathi kanje uyamholela nakuphela. So ke ema-goals ngishito, improve quality, reduce costs, shorten cycle time. Sikhulumisile konke lokhu i-waste and stuff like that. I'm sure they will share this presentation with you so that you can maybe go through it in detail. So ke thina ke singiswasa sichamuka kanjani ke thina? Sithi ke thina singiswasa kuma operations zakho maso usebenta nathi. Sathi masifika kuwe thina sibuke ama operations akho with one objective. Sifuna kubuka ukuthi siya-improve equality sibambisene nawe. Either yale process yakho noma yale product yakho. And sifuna kubona ukuthi unawo ama-standard operating procedures. Akwendiwa nje tinto willy-nilly. But there is a formalized way of doing things like haya noma kule business le. And sifuna kubona ukuthi bantu losebenzisana nabo mhlambe nawo ema-service level agreement. La khabo swasa ke angeke nje but ndakhulumisa lethi angeke uthi but sengakhulumisa angeke uthi ngoba luju lwakho lu certified by swasa sele yakushodela so ehamba uyolithenga kulomunye umuntu ubuye ulifake lelibhodlela letinamakhe yaswasa akwendi lo because asike sayomhlola lo muntu lo sowutheke kuye sam approve ukuthi angakusupplya wena ngeluju so ugangele sakubopha sikususpende. So ke sibuka lokho ke thina kuma processes. Bese sesibuka ke kule product itself and the service itself. Bese kubuka ko sibona ukuthi ucommunicate nebantu bakho the benefits of making sure ukuthi the product le meets nama requirements now or lo service lena meets nama requirements now. Wonke umuntu lokule organization aware yini ukuthi sendani la. So that is what we are looking at. Nasibuka ma products ama service. Akhona nema standards ale product yakho uyawati yini? Unayo yini copy yayo? Bayati yini labantu laba? Equality nangabe ayisiyo acceptable ibanjani? Na acceptable injani and stuff like that. And then ke sasibuka ku culture. yale organization asiyishiyi nayo. Siyabuka ukuthi employees akho are proactive in kule culture ye-shake, because you don't want to treat quality as a standalone. You must also consider things about the safety. Asifuni lutho lapha umuntu sowusikeke ingadi sengena elujwini. Ngoba ama-chances esuliqithe ngeke mancane. Uthatha uyofaka emarket sesiyagula sekubanjani. Then ke sesiya ke ma-organizational management processes nakhona sibuka tindzaba ukuthi considerations in all activities of the organization, consideration ye-quality, ye-safety, ye-health, ye-environment uyifakile yini wena la usakwenda lokho. Sine sibuka lokho singisosa, and sisakubuka thine lokho sikubuka with reference to a requirement which is a standard. And our approach, we are not there to look for NCs. We can't turn a blind eye, but ours is basically to try and identify opportunities where you can improve and assist you. Ngoba nima MSMEs nasisebenza nalaba lebanga big corporates, lama standards lasiguide thina akazivumeli ukuthi nasithole into i-wrong siphinde sikutshele singayilungisa njani. But nini sitanitshela ngoba nima MSMEs, but sesephula timiso talela sibukwe khona phakathi ke in the process that mase nikhula senima corporates lamakhulu senifuqele kulele linye iliguma lendlela lesitreat ngayo laba lebabosondonzi. So okay, we have two certification schemes as I've highlighted earlier on. Kunale yema management system. Imaki lesikunika yona kubangile uyasibhala le standard la khathi lo certify kiso nangabe kuyi product legama le standard lo certify kiso ulibhala la khathi, but nayi imaki yema product. Lo nje na utawuthanza I product iphethe le maki le what was the product leyo i-certify ngiswasa. Now utawukhanza umuntu advertiser noma kube kule banner lena nje sekunane imaki lenje what kusidomlo une management system certification yaswasa ya 9001 maku 9001 la, and so on and so on and so forth. These are our marks. Ihamba njani le ndlela implement ama standards. Uqala ngathi uthenga le standard itself. Ngishito ngathi sengimalini, for instance ISO 9001 ubita 405 emalangeni 21 cent. And then ke ute stock training ngishito ngathi 4.9 for a week. And then ke implement yourself without our assistance, because when we come to check thing, we must be independent of the implementation process. You can either get a consultant or do it yourself because you have been trained. And then we come and do the audit thing. We audit the process, we take a product sample, we go and test. It meets the requirements of the standard. The process is well defined. It can produce a quality, a product, and then we approve or to reject. It's not all the time that we approve. Sometimes we reject. Good side, no, we can't certify this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the journey in short. So my timelines now. Last figure spendable kun kona. Nasa sithi hamba so sithengile standards sasikutrainile salo hamba phela yo documenta le process yakho. Because kumcoka kuthi udocumente le process yakho. Bese sesithi ke naso idocumentile align phela le production facility to codes of good practice. Ukhanze umuntu ufuna swasa ayo certify albisi lolusenge lwesibayeni. Lubisi lotaludla kakho nelibisi otalithengisela abantu ngeke uproduce under the similar conditions. Dafike sine sithi ngeke asingeni ngena nje la sibayeni thina. Uyabona? Uthatha luju lofuna yolipackage yolithengisa abantu ulendele kitchen ngakho kunebantwana bayakhasa la phasi ubasula yabona nje lento lethu. And then uthi swasa akede ato certify lento lethu. Angeke sitakushika nje la nango. Sithi abona bakunene uma ufuna kwakha luju lotalithengisela abantu lotathola ligqobo lwaswasa. As a minimum ngamane uvalele ligarage lingasabi ligarage. Bese wenda 1 2 3 4 5 abadlaleli bantu abakho lana nani kwakho kungena ti-70 tase factory la leti gqoka kanje ligqoke kanje Have you seen about December when you go to butcheries? You slices or the if boy inspector bangake baye lapho maningi amabutchery angavalwa nge-festive season. Qhamuka komuntu kuthi slices ingomo yakho igcwele etshani. Awuvumi lo mthetho wamabutchery ukuthi kwendeke lokhu. Ungena la butchery lo muntu utobamba le. You see, and then maswati expect ukuthi ke bese siwaso ufika ukuthi hey le butchery le top class. No, we can't. We can't do that, beginning. And then the other one, ukhanza ukuthi ke sesifikile sawuhamba lo mgwaqo. Sakwenda konke sesithola ke nawo lesithi ngema non-conformities. Siyayeke sikunike 21 days ukuthi uwavale. Hey indanda kusuka. Uvalwa njani lento? Kanti nje sifike sathi thine lo mnyango loya uvale ngoba lamaphela la cama ngale kitchen atawungena phela ngala. Uvale complete ufake libonza. Nangaba ukhona ukwenda nyalo sitshele ukuthi abukwendelini. Uyabona into sike siphike sithi dilungise. Maswati agadze ngazuthi ungabhize sibuye sitobamba lo semende nathi siphathe nabo. Usuyamangala nje ukuthi baba sitawuphuma sibheke ephikela. Sikhuluma nani nje ngeke mention igama one of our managers uphumile namuhla. So uhamba nalo consultant, lo consultant ubhadelwe ngile nkampani. Ibhoklishe manje le nkampani. Imbhadele lo consultant. Base kufuna sithathe lo consultant sifike sithi ye wena sitha labantu yenda 1 2 3 4. But ngalothi MSME sesiphula timiso lesigadwe ngato nathi ngiswazi. So naku la sifike sibenebule khona. Kanzi phela uthi lo mgomo nase sihambile le ndlela nawe safika ukuthi uvale ama NCs. Kwenza 6 months ungakwendi lokho. Siyayireduwa le audit siphinde sikucharger ngazuthi sifika kwekuqala. Usho njalo lo mgomo. So usukuthi sita ke wena uma uvale on time than ukuthi udelay. Sengiyanga sekucedzeni ngile process lesihambako ke le nasihamba lo mgwaco waka certification and siqala nge-inquiry. There is a lady behind there bathi inhle fakutse nguye ke lo senglishela nzaba taka marketing nekuhenglishe ama inquiries and stuff like that. Bese siyayithatha ke le journey. What we do ke nangabe sine i-product certification. Once the product is certified, we do what we call market surveillance. Siyahamba le product yakho siyoyithenga le Pick and Pay without you knowing. Siyithenga le Pick and Pay, siyithenga le Boxer, sithenga kuphi sihambe senaye lab. Sifike siyitest. Nasiyitesta sikhaze ukuthi kunekuganga. Siyakususpenda sivete emaphepheni, sifaka kuwebsite yethu. Noma siyaswithdraw certificate sakho if you're doing things so hamba uyothenga libisi kamakhelwane uthenga luthi kamakhelwane because phela thine sidila ngento le process ya producewa nguwe hayi lo ithenge ukuthi wehluleka kuproduce. Noma so wenda ama additives noma so wenda ini we do the market surveillance. But in our contract with you go included logo. So we don't take it as a surprise and we make you aware ukuthi sitakwenda logo bese ima consequences zakho kunako. And we are indemnified from kugula kwebantu from a product. Nakhona sinendlela yokuthi sithi indemnify njani. Kuthi ngeke nje bese bathi abantu yeswasa nasilutha nathi the product lena ngingiyo blah 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 then sesigulile suing swasa no sue the producer. So ke ngikhulumisile indzaba ya 6 months neya 21 days yokuthi sivale ama NCs. And the more benefits, more standards, increased process control, increased quality of products and services, and then increased efficiency. Waste we eliminate. My production costs if you are truly benefiting from the implementation of a standard. And then we access some new markets, and then we want to increase market share. And then my sales akho atawukhula lokusho ukuthi i-income yakho itawuvele ikhule just because when we implement ama standards. So ke si develop i-policy nyalo isengaphasi at council level le target nje ukuthi how are we going to handle ama MSMEs following the reporting, not necessarily following the reporting, but we realize ukuthi ama MSMEs mhlambe le approach lesithama ngayo ngeke akukhone kuwa access lama services aswasa. Nasitawabeka kule rate lesicharge ngayo the big corporates. So sithi for you Stout deviator from international standards. La FICAS law ISO 17021, na ISO 17065. This is supposed to be 065, I'm sorry. Loko kuthi ngibekise stand hand holder to some extent. We're not supposed to do that. And then stand offerisha customized training modules. So I beg at the level. But it's not to say we are insulting. Akona MSME directors who are well-educated degree holders who can be, subjected to the real stuff in terms of the standards-based training. They are free to join the giant, but we are looking at the MSMEs in terms of a certain bracket, the unregistered, if I were to put it that way, MSMEs. And then a certification course, what determine, but the route that we are likely to take, we will use a percentage of what would have paid. Currently, there is a mandatory document, the release on International Accreditation Forum, but in International Accreditation Forum mandatory document number 5. I'm sure you can get it from the internet, but that's a document that we use by force because it's mandatory to calculate how to charge you. So our calculator gets in, largely is the size of the organization in terms of revenue, in terms of number of personnel. The formula is Sebendisa logo esikhathini esiningi. Our calculator gets in as if we're calculating for Coca-Cola. And then sitting because the SME about 10%. While they charge a Coke. So we have not yet reached a consensus, but the manager responsible for certification is in the process. So I first draft, yale document under my comments, I correct. So we are hoping that in next council meetings, which is July, we'll be presenting a finalized document for approval and implementation. But a direct course, unfortunately, vele kufanele siwarecover. Asikhuluma ngema-direct course ke angibekise le product lo yendako because akufuna iphana sin short chain. Kufuna ngisi mangiyo audita ngapha le yenda luchu. Ngite ne technical expert. You understand? Ye luchu. Lo tawu weka show ukuthi uyayi-add i-value to your business. They come at a cost. Basicharge ngema-man hours. So how many hours will I spend with you at so much per hour? So those direct costs our various transfers direct to you guys. So money city simaguwo asimakapi add anything for SWASA's benefit for the sake of my SMEs. But this is yet to be presented and approved by the board of directors. So yes, so the next steps, good people, is doing. I think, but it is not what you discover, but what you discover, but what you do with your discovery that is important. It is not what you think, but what you do with your thoughts that counts. And it is not what you say, but what you do that makes a difference. Utsi Mahatma Gandhi, the difference between what we do and what we can do is enough to solve the world's problem. So the difference between what you do and what you can do is enough to take your products to the global stage. So again, my personal belief, I like the last speaker, and I also the personally numbered. But my personal belief is where I'm standing now. We can do a lot as a country if we can aim for import substitution. Try and see our products, because I work with my products even in the local shelves. But you want to take something outside the borders of this country when you are failing to bring it up to the shelf and Pick and Pay. Are you really there making sense? I don't know. But that's my honest view. So again, ngicabanga ukuthi sine singiswasa sikhona sila kumathapha former CTM nakaphuma CTM lomdzala sayowakhanga ngasebrewery kule strat leso wendlula element ema lubricants beku scrap yard. The next is Swasa, just lamgwaqweni. and the contact details to Akona. But I think a challenge at Lengulu, we need to go back to this stage as a country. And these are the things that Nganetakwale does Buisela Kon. So yeah. I know I've taken too much time, but I hope I added value to the whole process. Thank you.
Siyabonga babe Vilane presentation. Mina vele benginilambele kakhulu babe. Nanyalo ngisatha ufika le office. Si producer peanut butter. So si supply informal market. Besafuna ngena la ku formal market la kuma ulama retail the mainstream one bo Pick n Pay bo okay lo bashop. Ngivukhuluma ngekuthi you have to buy ama standards. Yini document it.
Yes, the standard itself is a document. The syllabus ISO 9001 goes for around 500 Malangen. We sell the standard based on the number of pages, if I recall very well. But Intle there will assist me with the questions where I may not, get them fairly well. But yes, the standard is a specification for peanut butter. How to make peanut butter and how is peanut butter composed in terms of fat percentage, crude protein, this and this and this and this. So the total peanut butter in the form of a standard agreed upon internationally.
Okay, thank you, sir. Lenye question yambe ithi ke do you test all the three basic level of a product? Ngibekise nje kunale core product lo peanut butter yena mbamba. Bese kuba ngile packaging ukuthi nako niyasicheckela yini ukuthi le packaging yakho lo isebenzisako you esikhathini esiningi bake bakhulume nganabo thina nje sebenzisa labathi PET plastic ukuthi nako lokho niyasicheckela yini. Okay, bengifuna ukubuta ngale ndzaba ema prices but ngivile ke lokuthi uyazama ukuthi justify lapha nalapha. Lokho ngithi phela why ningas offerisheli njengahulumende because thina le size yethu yale economy yakangwane ningas offerisheli as a public good le service lena ngoba nje nawukhuluma ngawuthi le learnership yenu ing 4 point something per individual. Imali kuyibarrier lokho ngosihamba bevilane. Kungagcina kusenda vele sigcine sikhicita indlela etingacaci noma ke lo phinze ngibude ukuthi kude inema private practitioners la ma substitute aloswasa mhlambe ona la ngazuthi abita kancane ma question amaphela lapho ma.
Okay. We have fortunately the environment that we are playing in Eswatini, except for layer developer a standard, is a free environment. You can wake up tomorrow, open a training academy that are training a standard. But the problem is the people that will be training you, le angishotsi abati, but ngahle kube nebulukhuni why sinizahambisana ndlela because banengi labantu bema briefcase la ngaphandle. Labafike bathi bakwati ukuthi bakuthathe bakufaka ehlathini. In terms of ama-fees ethu emalangeni amahle, I think njengoba sishito ukuthi ama-fees ethu setikwayo kule policy nako sawabuketa vele for MSMEs, especially around training and the certification fees. But it is unfortunate vele ukuthi ama-direct costs angeke sikhone nyalo kuwa kushina say organization, more especially because we are all aware of the call from central government to be self-sustainable. So, angeke sikhone kuba self-sustainable. Uhulumende is onke malanga wehlisa ama-subvention and organizations onke malanga are expected to increase revenue that they make from other revenue streams. And for us to survive and be able to pay the salaries of our employees, these are some of the things that financially end it. We are not intending to kill you, but unfortunately, this is the what it is. We're reviewing the fees, and we are only, I think, about 3 national standards bodies in the region of Africa who have done such. The others, we are fana. Because I believe this is a market penetration tool through which you will make money. In terms of our testing capabilities, for now we are capable to do a certain number of tests, but we have relationships with laboratories in the region as well as locally, accredited laboratories, where capability, we take those samples to those laboratories and then must prioritize so that the cycle time in a corner results
Okay, so just to add, Penvule, one of your questions on lama pricing, mass standards. Mass standards aid for siyawathengisa njengoba shito umphathi Mr. Vilane, and easy access and for your convenience, it's online. You go to Shop Swasa online, and we are told onke mass standards because sonke standard is corner. Sa everything, every aspect, and the cinema business la hluka hlukene sakho nje sa peanut butter sing 48 emalanga and 42 cents. I'm sure you can afford that. Utokhona kuthatha le peanut butter process by process ukuthi umakha kanjani in the international space. Yes.
Babe Vilane, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Asengitibutele nje ukhuluma nga peanut butter uyamenda. Suppose angimfundo kumfaka swasa, kufuna nje ukuthengisa nje njalo ukuthi bekunene nang peanut butter ema standards ethu asad but nje mtaste naku ngidakupha mahala utaste vele ufake unasheke lapha esingweni. Ngizama ukuthi boswasa SAB Smark base South Africa ngike ngene spam mina ngibuke bo baked beans. I don't see any accreditation, yes, South Africa for that matter. Yet the beans are really good, baked beans. Wafake na mayonnaise. Yeah, ngidla ngosami ngisuthe. But I'm trying to say, nangithenga lesikotela ngibuki specifically ukuthi baphi boswasa, baphi bo SABS mark. If kungekho lokho kusho ukuthi ngeke ngithe. Lokho nje nangomile, ngomile angabuki ukuthi ukhona inswasa la. And then I quench my thirst. I'd care less about the quality. Well, liquor fruit is good enough. I don't even need to see the quality. So angati swasa ufika manje. Ngiyawathi la mahoviseni lapha nangidlula lapha. Ngiyaka Formex, yokuthola scaffolding. So I know where you are. I'm trying to say with the fees, but 4.5 training, can I just not just leave you out of the equation? And just continue with my life because it's quite expensive. And quite frankly, I can market to the people I'm going to say, Lale, I up to standard, but it's oozing with good juice.
Thanks, Mr. Makongo. Mina ngiyathanda kuba frank wena Mr. Makongo. Uyabona when it comes to uthi la kangwane, the regulatory regime is not as strict as it is in other countries, but one day they will wake up and do what they're supposed to be doing. There is what we call technical regulations. What happens is that in most countries, unfortunately, and I fail to understand why. No, that's a fact. The Department of Veterinary and Livestock Services in the Ministry of Agriculture does everything. Recently, growth hormones from South Africa. And it became a hot topic. Farmers are shortage of feed, blah, 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 blah. Protection of the animals, because ultimately they are protecting the end consumer who is you. But except lokufida tilwane nalokufida tihlahla, unfortunately gona akusi regulated. So then most countries babeseke benana risk assessments. In terms of health and safety, where are the high risk products? And then they make those products standards, compulsory specifications. You like it or you don't market that product, either Iswasa mark, or either you're out of business. The time shall come. The time shall come, and I want the time to come as a matter of urgency. We are working on something. If government agrees with it, that's the route that we are going to take, because there are a lot of claims, my products. Ladies are changing color nowadays. And 20, 15 years later, about 50, you will see zombies. It's true, it will happen. And these products are out there promoted, let's see, and nothing is being done. So standards are aimed at protecting the consumer. That is why we can't accept you to produce that peanut butter in the same kitchen where your children whatever and straight from bed kitchen and stuff like that. So it's up to you. But at the same time, it is not a very costly exercise. You can survive without SWASA. You have survived, most organizations have survived without it. But what generally happens, the facilities that produce them need not necessarily implement the product standard, as in a standard for cool, a standard for peanut butter. But they are standards which are SMI kuzakhona kumikisa inyama yakhe e-Europe. Now when ufuna kumikisa inyama yakho e-Europe, there is a standard called ISO 22000. Ngeke ubeke lo 22000 mark on the packaging yale nyama, but it's more of a process standard. It's the process under which the nyama lekhiqithwe ngayo ibukile ukuthi ema-hazards, yabeka critical control points ukuthi good indlela khona lokuthi kungangenela umuntu agcine sekagula umuntu lodle leyo product leyo. So kuba kanjalo ke wena baba emagongo. So ngiletho letinto lekufanele sibuke ngile risk imcoka ke le risk. So angathi noma uyaphenduleka yini wamagongo umntwana.
Thank you, Mr. Villan. Meaning ngisebenza a number of farmers that are doing honey under Eswatini, and we are in a process of establishing a honey processing facility under Tlatikulu, and I'm happy that we have involved SWASA from the beginning. But however, I just want to highlight these processes for SMEs, they are a nightmare for our farmers. I'm happy that we are not even able to put our product even Pick and Pay. So now we are looking at selling outside the country. So for me, I think really what we need to do probably for the SMEs, I would say, how can we assist them? Not compromising the standards, but in terms of the prices, I'm happy around that one. And then the other thing that I want to talk to is the issue because these are regional standards for the SADC regions. So is it possible then we would say having probably bring in
South Africa or bring in Mozambique, Zimbabwe, if they are cheaper than Swaza, kuyavumeleka yini ukuthi batangihlolela ke bangixolikele ngelizimdola mhlambe litawuthi indleko tibe phansanyana. Ngiyacabanga nje ngiyatibutela nami eze sisa restrictions lesibe nawo. I think for SME it's a nightmare. And then the other thing is the issue of standards and logo test the product. I think for honey, because I'm into honey, I think there is that medicinal part of it, of which I'm not sure would say kulama test enwendako ngiyakhona ku-check even that, because I think loluju lesilukhiqitayo from low field from multiflora can actually be of benefit and be marketable uma ungakhona even to check the medicinal part of it. So I'm also interested on that. And then I think the last one is on the on the water content, or what's the standards akafanani luju ngoba water content, it differs from country to country. I'm not sure about that one, because as far as I know with honey kushiyana ukuthi maybe letinyosi bethathela kuyiphi imbali, then it determines ukuthi the water content yalolo luju ingaba ngakanani, as well as the maturity ukuthi bese livuthwe kangakanani. I think for me kungaba ngiloko. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll start with the last one, water content. We were currently working on harmonizing the honey standard at the regional level. By regional level, I mean SADC. And DRC, the honey, the specifications are different from the honey of Eswatini. As a result, they can't harmonize the standard as is, because basically of the different environmental influences or factors that have resulted in their honey being constituted differently than the rest of us. And then coming to who is playing in the field in terms of standardization and conformity assessment, Eswatini, it's an open market, as I said earlier on. The SAPS is still around, certifying organizations. There's TUV, there's the British Standards Institute, there's DQS, and a whole lot of others. We are the cheapest as SWASA, more especially because they also have to fly people into the country. So that's a direct cost that they transfer to you. We are currently working towards attaining accreditation so that we can be able to win customers from these NSPs, because by making use of these foreign bodies, it's the Swazi syndrome of exporting money. You're creating employment for a person in South Africa. You're creating employment for a person in Germany, when you could be capacitating SWASA to absorb more Emaswati and create employment here at home. So you can make use of them, you are free, but make that wise choice. Think about local and what you are doing by making use of foreign bodies. The next one was with regards to the issue of the process being cumbersome for MSMEs. You know, in countries where I recently went to Kenya, for instance, where the issue of the compulsory standards is there. Ntongo mane leligayengiwe alingene emakethe langakacertifywa. So either you leave or you are out of the market. Then the question is, as books and Mali, Mozambique, They have a national standards body like SWASA. It's quite new. It's called ENOC. Most of the standards in Mozambique are compulsory. But you tend to find out at the same time that in those countries then, kubese-ke kuba kuningi alokuthi mavelane population less tool. Bese-ke abamanenge lama factory abo etihlobo ukhanze Valpri aqhamuke garage. Unestamp zaswasa. Ukhanze peanut butter unestamp zaswasa uqhamuka kuphi. So the market surveillance yaswasa kufuna ukuthi bese yaqina lapho. Kuthi abrutal letinto leti substandard lesi market as if they are meet. Ma MSMEs ilokuwabulala kakhulu lengicabanga mina ukuthi kufanele baku-overcome. Ithini manisebenta nabo Swati nalamanye ama-development partners. If uvele utawuthi wena utawukhona ukuthi ufuye tinyosi, uthi ungafuya tinyosi uprocesse luju, uphinze ulupackage for the makhekhe balang 10. It's a joke. It's not a business. Akwehlula uzukhokhela tinyosi esigangeni. But if unenda uthi labantu ababe i-value chain, kunalaba producer letinyosi labangasi interested kule processing yabekisa. Noma if ba interested in the processing, that's not figure la. In the past, ministry supervisor sikhumbula in the past. Bekhona lekuthiwa ngema collection centers. If you can adopt that model. Le model leyo ngiyo lesayifile leyenda labantu baqathula. Lo muntu yabona la that's wakha loju uphinze ube ngolo lufoqa uphinze ube nje. Lo muntu akasebende le collection center noma ke ahole nakuphela inyanga noma nakuphela whatever period le batawuhola ngayo. Hayi lokuthi le msebenzi utawuthi utawenda wonke. Such that kwendekani ngenyalo ngelendlela wendeka ngayo. Lo muntu ungeka khona utawufika Pick and Pay athi nayi shelf space I need 40 boxes of honey every Monday. The person will supply once, twice, and malale. So he created the shelf space. It's a good product. You see. So I think as we get models, it's also this ukuthi labantu utawufuna kubhoklisha 20 la lo mnye uqhamuka na 20 lo mnye ayibe yinye le processing facility njengoba nisho nje nyalo. Kukoleke kubuyisela kusetshenzele zawo. Kutaba malula ukuthi le facility iwamithe la ma requirements ale standard. Bayishare le cost yale certificate as opposed ukuthi itaba ya individual bana individual ba. So by so doing batawukhona ukuthi basebenze. I think that would be my attempt at your questions.
Sengakahambi babe Vilani. Just one question or maybe two. You mentioned something about to protect our end consumer, and I'm curious to find out Guti ingabe what is the approach ye entity in as far as my products leswa consumer from my friend, factoring in that they come at competitive prices, in fact cheaper than what you'd get in a regular store. What are your controls in terms of that and ensuring that the end consumer does consume products la kumele ngabe vele uyawa-consumer? We've seen a trend in our neighboring country, South Africa, where a lot of them have actually flawed a lot of the production processes in terms of those products. And then we had also noticed during the era of COVID where there was a scuffle and everybody was trying to participate in that market or that economy, where there were products that were produced in our neighboring countries. South Africa was the first one to take a position in terms of testing their products and rejecting some of them, which had actually been distributed in the franchise stores, which some are housed in Eswatini. So with that in mind, and I know I'm putting you on the spot, but did we play a role in terms of pulling those down and ensuring that the rejected ones in the neighboring countries are not consumed by us in Eswatini? Thank you.
Thank you, Sisi. what we must understand, I think kumqoka is namhlanje niphume nimati SWASA. SWASA ubhale ama standards and the certification and the testing and the calibration are trained. SWASA is not a regulator. For consumer protection in the country, kubese kuba ke ngune different regulatory authorities la khona even. For issues to deal with COVID-19, for instance, the Ministry of Health, Public Health Unit, has to take the lead. If you can take a lead from what happened in South Africa, it's the Department of Health, not the South African Bureau of Standards. But the Department of Health will make use of SWASA to test the questionable products and use SWASA's reports to then go and remove products that are not in conformity to specifications. So in Eswatini, I'm just giving an example of a public health. And then with regards to EMA products and other services, the Competition Commission is the body that is entrusted with consumer protection in this country.
Oh, you can go ahead.
Okay. Siyabonga program director. Ngiqale ngekuphinza ngisho ukuthi nginkosi nathiwa kaDlamini Sibongo. From ASD Group. Ngidawukhuluma etindzaweni etigabeni letintsatfu. Ngidawucala ngala ka SWASA, ngemuva ka ERS, bese ngicina lela sicale khona ka APA. Laga SWASA lengingathanda nje kukuveta ukuthi la ngisuka khona ASD Medical sifuna kuletha i-testimony ya loku adopta le quality management system naloku sebenzisa lama standards njengoba ababevilane azamile ukusichazela la. Kushintsha nje le ndlela lenisebenta ngayo ku ensure lokho ukuthi i-quality yalomkhicito wenu iba sezingeni lelamukelekile. Kwesibili kube kuncane loku waste instead asebenziseke kahle onke ama resources straight from human capital, human resources, ufike la kulabo raw material if you're using raw material or even the products lenwadayisa kona dayisa. At the end of the day, uthole ukuthi inkampani iba profitable. So ngingakhuthata ngiyati kona ukuthi kuyabida ngetindleko lokuthi angenelwe lama standards, but ngingakhuthata bosomabhizinisi lesi micro, small, medium kokuthi asende i-effort ukuthi singenele lokho. Kwesibili, if say regulate kahle le inflow of products into the market, sitati kanza njengoba nje si move towards first world status, sitati kanza ema products ethu angasakhona kungena even la ku local market because of lama standards uma sekaphekiwe ukuthi ema standards athi kutawuchamuka lama products lachamuka ngaphandle la meter lama standards bese kuthi thine internally lekufanele ukuthi le market ngayi igcwaliswa ngithi sikhanze singakhona nje kwakona lokungena ikukhuthata nje sima MSMs, micro, small, medium enterprises ukuthi asibe khona lesikwendako towards that. Bese ngala ku ERS naka APA sithanda nje kubonga USAID Trade Investment Hub lokuthi nis organize lo mhlangano lo kanje ubafake bonke laba khona laba facilitatako noma ke laba coordinatorako kuswasa nje sibonga kakhulu nakule kakhulume ngako sisilapha kokuthi sithena sibona kungena ERS from SRA kwavuleka alfastelo leli sijabulisile si business community lokuthi noma ngabe bona esikweleti lo bonaso se tax buya indzaba yakho ikhulunywe etafuleni, perhaps kube naleyo down payment you are going to make, and then so uyaqala ke uyatibhadala tikweleti takho tangasemuva. Logo it's one of lama enablers la lenda tsine bo bo micro small lama medium enterprises kuthi sichubeke lokusebenta, and singakujabulela ukubona ukuthi even sesikhuluma ngabo export trade nakhona lapho bachubeke baka ERS basibambe ngesandla basicatutisa, because nabo lo mnotho le bawugadzile uchamuka ngekuthi ukhicitwe ngithi nebo somabhizinisi. So uma sesingasakhona lokukhicita lo mnotho kude ERS lekatagadza ngale, and that will mean catastrophe for the fiscus lekungile fiscal budget ya hulumende, because itababete i-cash injection nasakho naye kude lekatakuletha if thina singakhona export. Ngibuyelele ecaleni la kucale khona baka APA nakhona lapho siyabonga kakhulu sibonga naya i-business plan for export market lengicabanga ukuthi i-eye opener. Ngivile nje kube khona nekukhalakhala ukuthi kuba bede nalabantu abasitayo kahle lemabhange labangema technocrats in certain fields, lota kwanza ukuthi uma utana le business plan bakhona kukusita ngale ndlela le finance bakusite ngayo kule field lokiyo. But siyakholwa ukuthi lama commercial banks ekakhulukazi ke kufaka ikhasi Eswatini Development Bank batayibuild le capacity yale human resources yabo ukuthi uma sifika sibosomabhizinisi silithole lo sito lolo. On paper, theoretically, scholastically, lama presentations endiwe la mahle kakhulu from that end. But in lesihlela ngala sibosomabhizinisi who are practical and who are on the ground, who are facing the challenges on a daily basis. Sibona lokunye perhaps lokungasi in harmony with what is being presented. We are not here to point fingers at one another, but ngikholelwa ukuthi sitelela lokuthi sitobuka lokuthi ngikuphi lapho singaharmonize khona kuzokuthi at the end of the day nathi sibosomabhizinisi labancane si benefit from the services which are there. Kuba buhlungu nava ukuthi kunetimali letikhona le funds ngase access as the access just because my business plans on paper they are good but they are not bankable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Cishe ngakuvalela ngaphandle kamthi wena umsebenzi wami ube lula for the day. You have somehow summarized our day today, and siyakunota logo with appreciation. Good see the continued engagement and support and singalahlekelani as we are here to serve you. Siga Ipa, we are here to serve you as you go on doing your business. Singalahlekelani, let's keep the communication open. Kuze siwa crosses sonke kanye kanye lama hurdles that we come across. We are there for that. Thank you very much, Nagu Mr. Villani, for the presentation. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi we have some takeaways from there, something that we need to work on and think about. Sihambe siyo eliminate e-waste, si maximize value-added activities, and minimize incidental waste. Sihambe siyobuka our value streams to try and raise the standards. It's true that my standards mostly are voluntary like I, but from one of us how it benefits you to actually adopt Laoma standards. So at this time, may I also remind those who have not registered to please do register. Register. We would appreciate and encourage Logaguti for register because tomorrow we have a certification ceremony. The certificate Lotus Tola will assist you in other endeavors that you might want to go through connect Sitagala. So please do make sure you have registered accordingly. Then tomorrow's program is Yakala 8:45, but from 8 up until the 8:45 we are registering so that sito khona ku qala kahle ngesikhathi. Thank you so much for today. for your participation. So program yethu kusasa will cover product design, packaging, pricing, product differentiation, sikhulumise nendzaba export finance, phinze sikhulumise nayi lengicabanga ukuthi sonke siyitholile longakayitholi avele the cross border toolkit sibuye nayo kusasa. We are going to use it tomorrow, so please do have it ready with you for tomorrow. And then we are also going to look at some case studies basis and our own self-assessment. Sitibukelo ukuthi ngabe vele sivile yini, and what further assistance can we seek or get. We are available for that. Sengiya ngasekugcineni ngicela ukubonga. Ngibonge our speakers for the day. Ngibonge all our facilitators. Thank you to you, wonderful participants, for being here and fully engaging. It makes this training more meaningful and we get to understand it even much better, uma si engager. So I would encourage that nakusasa we come with that spirit and be ready to engage on these issues. Well done to all of you. Thank you for making it such a successful program. And then last but not least, to thank everyone who's been working on the floor, behind the scenes. You have made it a success. As cabinet corner, but they were bearable. Thank you for all your efforts. Yes, so correction is we are starting at 8:30 tomorrow in the morning. We look forward to seeing you. May I then request one of our active participants, Babe Magongo, to please close for us with the word of prayer. Amen.
Meeting. Your word says, commit your plans unto the Lord and they shall surely succeed. Indeed, Father, all this has been committed into your hands. We now pray for traveling mercies as we go back home. We sprinkle the blood of Jesus Christ on the roads that we're going to use, on the cars that we'll be using, Heavenly Father. We pray for traveling mercies. Till tomorrow, Father, we pray that you bring each and every one of us here once again. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Siyabonga kunelitiya ngasemuva. Help yourselves, please. Thank you.